What's up? How you all doing today on this day of after the release of Marvel vs. Capcom collection? But you're playing Miles. Yeah, I know. It's still cool. Continue. The kidnapped turnabout. Episode 3, The Kidnapped Turnabout. March 13th, 10:11 a.m. Don't worry, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll be following your every movement with my binoculars. Good to hear you now. Make sure you don't lose sight of I'm counting. You can count on me. I have to go. The kidnapper is supposed to contact me soon. Who would have thought that upon my return I'd be thrust into a kidnapping case? And that would be the one who would have made me do ransom drop-off. Let's see, I checked the money. It's all there, safe inside that suitcase. Why that suitcase? Oh, why that suitcase? Now all I have to do is wait for further instructions from the kidnapper. Which is why I'm expected to transfer to my cell phone. I wonder who else is around. This is the meeting place after all. Welcome to the Gatewater Land. Oh, thank you. And a big hello to you. I'm Proto Badger. Nice to meet you. Where did you get that? Excuse me, were you perhaps thinking of taking a picture with me? A picture of you? Sorry, but I'm not interested. Oh, that's too bad. Well, have a good day. Hello? Who are you? You're not Ernest Amano. It sounds like the kidnapper's using some sort of voice alteration device. The representative. I'm his representative, Miles Edgeworth.
Are you a cop?
No, I'm a prosecutor. I know what you're wondering, and yes, I have brought the ransom money with me.
I see. In that case, bring the money with you to the stadium.
So this person intends to see that I'm being followed, huh? Please, Detective Gumshoe, I really need you to come through for me this one time. Edgeworth speaking.
Next, come to the haunted house.
And just how long do you intend to have me wander around for?
That's for me to decide. You don't have much of a choice here, my friend.
I suppose not. I arrived.
Go inside.
What a dismal place.
That's it. Go through those doors.
Am I being watched from somewhere?
Leave the money and go down.
I was hoping for an exchange, but maybe I should do it as it's safe now not to push it. I couldn't even catch a glimpse of the kidnapper. Perhaps I should keep an eye on the haunted house until the police backup arrives. It was a trap. That guy betrayed. No, can't be. Then the deal. Who is that? And what are they talking about? Split. Police. All right. In front of me. Meet up. I can't move my body. I fear I may faint again. Where am I? How long was I out? It wasn't raining like it is now when I made the drop off. This was supposed to be a simple affair. So why did I have to be taken hostage as well? I can only assume that Detective Gumshoe lost sight of me at some point. The only reason I agreed to be the drop-off man was because of that phone call. It was from Mr. Ernest Amano, the director of the powerful Zaibatsu, the Amano group. But aside from that, I also owe him a great debt of gratitude. His only son, Lance, has been kidnapped. I know that Lance is already in his 20s, but I guess there's some things you never grow out of. I can't sit around waiting for someone to come help me. I must escape somehow. Was that you making that funny sound? Who's there? How dare you laugh at a gentleman's plight? Who are you? Are you one of the kidnappers? A kidnapper, me? No way. I'm not into such petty crimes. Nope, I'm after something much bigger. I must have worn out from today's ordeal. Focus, Miles. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. Sorry about that. Ahem. Even in my depths of the night, no other bird dares to take flight. One alone soars to shine the light of righteousness on the world's blight. And that's one is me, for I am the great thief, Yatagrasu. Great thief? And did she really claim to be the Yatagrasu? Oh, but my real name is Kay Faraday. You can call me Kay, Kay. Good, now that's settled. Not quite. I have a mountain of questions for you. But first, if you'd be so kind to remove these ropes. I wonder, should I remove them? I was actually having a lot of fun watching you make those silly faces. Like that one. Hey, there's no need to get all mad and icy glary on me, you know. This rope goes through here and there you go. What a relief. I owe you my thanks. Oh, it's okay. You can pay me back in full later. Now then, what question should I start with? Unfortunately, I can already tell nothing is going to be easy with this cheeky girl. Great thief. You can call yourself a great thief, and yet you really are a thief at all. You doubt me? I get it. You think a young lady like me couldn't possibly be such a big-time thief, right? That's not the fault. I have a tough time believing. I'm a real, genuine Yatagrasu, you know. Yup, I'm poor-blooded great thief. It's a little something I inherited from my predecessor. In that case, you wouldn't mind if I arrest you then, right? What? Of course I mind. I haven't stolen anything yet. Seriously, I don't know how you can say such a horrible thing to your savior. That's true. Technically, she hasn't stolen anything in front of me yet. Then you say you're Yatagrasu. Do you mean the Yatagrasu? Yep. The most righteous of righteousness. The legendary Great Thief. But I've inherited only the title recently, so I haven't had a chance to steal anything yet as the second Yatagrasu. I was not aware that the thieves could pass down their titles like that. But don't worry. I've got some big plans in the works. Big plans, huh? They wouldn't happen to lead to a big arrest, would they? I knew it. There was no reasoning with a prosecutor. It's not the problem here. I'll have you know that the Yatagrasu has no interest in stealing pretty trinkets. There's only one thing I want to steal. Only one thing? What would that be? But that's going to have to wait until we find our way out of here. Well, at least there's one thing we agree on. I'm sure I'll have plenty of time later on to learn more about you. So you never told me what your name is, Mr. Prosecutor. I guess not. I'm Miles Edgeworth. Ah, now I remember. How could you remember something I just told you? But it sure is cheery. Alright then, Mr. Edgeworth. Let's get out of here. It would seem that we are locked in from the other side. What? No way. I don't hear you. La 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 la. Okay, do you remember where you came in from, right? Looks like it might be our way out. Or that's better. Looks like it might be our way out of here, this room. Whoops, slight miscalculation. That's a good height to make an entrance from, but I can't jump that high to make an exit. I suppose we have no choice but to look around and see if we can find another way out. Begin investigation, isolation room. It's not going to work, Kay. Stop doing that. What is this? Looks like the Bad Badger. And it's looking as bad as ever. Like a costume head to me. I guess the Bad Badger's costume is, at very least, a two-piece, huh? The real question is, why is his head only sitting out on the floor? Why'd you go back over there? Hey, there's something inside the bottom right box. Oh, I think it's the Pink Badger costume. I saw a pink one. The Pink Badger. You don't keep up with what's going on in the world, do you? In that case, you better study up on the whole Badger clan with this. What's this thing? I think it's the Bible of all the things you'll ever need to know about the clan. Whatever am I supposed to do? I can keep it as a reference or guide or something. I suppose this means that this is where they keep all the costumes. It certainly looks that way. But the Blue Badger's family's home. There are 8 boxes, but 7 of them are empty. Which means that 7 of the costumes are in use right now. But aren't these badgers the mascots of the police force? Well, I heard that the police had a hand in sponsoring the theme park. Probably because of the Gatewater Group owes the police for all those cases they solved. Did they have all the power of the state and they used it to make a theme park? That's not just any theme park. They have handcuff-shaped double looping roller coaster. That's quite enough. I'm feeling a little woozy from just the thought of such a thing. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. Let's do the key last. Look, it's the Blue Badger. I suppose even this thing could be popular with women. My nemesis. Ooh, what the? Why is she beating it up? He's got a word badge right in his name. That's nothing but bad news for someone like me. And I think that he's out there wandering around in this park. I better be careful. or he's gonna arrest me by the power of his name alone. Somehow I doubt that the Blue Badger has the power to arrest anyone. So this is the Blue Badger's rival, the Bad Badger, huh? Do you find some sort of relevance towards this Badger, Kay? Ha! I can't believe that you would be so stereotypical when it comes to thieves. Surely you must think there's much cooler and cuter ones out there, right? That's it. I decided that thieves and thievery need an image makeover. Good luck with that one. This is the one of the Blue Badger I met to the main gate. Excuse me. His name is Proto Badger, not Blue Badger. He's based off the very first design created by the local police chief. You know, when you compare the two, the Blue Badger looks a bit cuter. I suppose he continued to redesign him. The chief managed to make him cuter and cuter. Even humanity has come a long way when you think about how much we've evolved. Are we complaining about the Blue Badger to humans now? I suppose this is the Pink Badger. But since it has the same design, it doesn't seem forced to call this one a female. I think so. I mean, just look how her eyelashes are. That's the only difference. And the fact that she's pink. Yes, and her lips are red. See the lipstick? Nope. What? She has nothing to say about the giant pink ribbon? Or is that too obvious? Yeah, I thought she was going to mention it too. Alright. No. Yes. Nothing else. Alright, let's do it. And what do we have here? Ah. Why do I feel like laser like stare aimed right at me? Did you want to take a look? Well, don't mind if I do. Oh, I see. This is definitely a key. I'm sure it's a key to something. But something is relevant to my interests. Alright, that one's done. Let's go to the paint. Maybe we can use this paint to help us escape. And what do you exactly have in mind? Well, we could paint help in really giant letters. And who, pray tell, would see these giant letters while we're inside the building? Okay, then we light the paint on fire and send out colored smoke signals. Anywho would think some crazy arsonist was about and call the cops. Actually, that may not be great for me, seeing as I'm a thief and all. Let's try something other than the paint, shall we? They're holding a Blue Badger photo rally. You didn't know? Plus, it's the Blue Badger. It's his whole family, too. If you manage to snap a shot of every member of the family, you get a really posh prize. Well, there's a costume head sitting over there. Why not start with a picture of that? You can't do that. That's cheating. Only one of each badger in the park, so you have to work for it. Speaking of badgers, there's one sitting against the wall in the haunted house. Seriously, but how? But somehow, I don't think that one counts, Mr. Edgeworth. You have to take pictures of the costume ones walking around the park. So there are the rules of this game. How quaint. Alright, let's do the cell phone. It's probably Miles. Isn't this my phone? It looks like I made it through an ordeal intact. If there was a way for us to contact someone on the outside, but we do have a way right here. Ah, there was a cell phone here this whole time. If I'm right, Detective Gumshoe should have contacted the precinct for backup by now. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, are you okay? I was worried, sir. I'm fine. I was knocked unconscious for a spell by the kidnapper, that's all. I'm sorry, sir. I'm such a failure. If I only hadn't lost sight of you. Detective, we don't have time for this. Have the police set up a perimeter right now. If you don't have to worry about that, sir. I've already got the boys working on that. But doing that, I sort of, What's wrong, Detective? Sorry to butt in, but I'm afraid you're gonna have to do it with me. Who is this? She Long Lang of Interpol. A pleasure to speak with you, Mr. Edgeworth. We've heard a great deal about you. So why exactly is an Interpol agent like yourself involved with the domestic kidnapping case? Don't sweat the details. A crime is a crime, whether it's local or global scale. Besides, you're the one who is in the world of trouble. And why would you say that?
Lang Z says the pack runs together and stays together. You can catch my drift. You cause quite a ruckus by running around blindly into a situation and getting caught. You should have cut the place at the very beginning.
I'm sorry, but this happened because of a lapse in judgment. However, I humbly request that you please help me out here post haste.
Sorry, no can do.
What?
We're hunting the kidnapper now. I haven't got my hands this matter. As I said, the pack moves as one. You're the one who's wanting to go alone. So good luck to you, Mr. Prosecutor. Oh, and once you do catch the kidnapper, rest assured we'll come for you eventually.
You. What's wrong? Did you get cut off? No, my phone ran out of power. No way. It doesn't matter anyway. We should go try to get out of here through our own means. Yeah, I have a name to live up to after all. If we put our heads together, we're sure to find out a way out. Did his phone change from the previous episode? I think it did, because it was red. Hey, don't you think getting out of here is more important right now? You can ask me about that later. I suppose she's right. Do you know where the person who kidnapped me went? After they locked you up in here? It sounded like they went through the next room and started talking to someone. I feel like I've heard something as well. It was all a haze in my mind. However, I do recall the kidnapper was talking to someone. I guess before But I guess I am dealing with two kidnappers here. And that they left. It almost seemed as if they were done with you. I suppose that is the case, as my kidnapping seems more like an afterthought to the 1 million. Well, if they went into the next room, let's see what we can find through the slot. Oh, we can peer into the room, but the kidnappers were in from there. I suppose I won't rest until I inspected every suspicious nook and cranny. Is that what I think it is? It looks like the kidnappers had an escape tunnel prepared, just in case. That's awesome. They're like a bunch of great thieves themselves. No, they're not. No, they're not, because I highly doubt they made the tunnels themselves. The full panel was removed from and propped up against the beam in a very special way. A specific way. I think this building was originally built with a basement or underground area. The chairs are nothing unusual. There's a door on the opposite side that appears to be the same as this one. Which would mean that I can probably assume that these two rooms are very similar in structure. I believe I may have just found our ticket out. There's a beam in the next room identical to the one in this room. There's even a hook to hold a propped up floor panel placed in place. Which reminds me, I did find something useful, Mr. Edgeworth. Perhaps I found a very handy hint to the I may have found a very handy hint to how we get out of there. Okay, yeah, look at that. This beam was tied to... What's up? I was pondering, perhaps we could make it over the window if we climb this. Good thinking. And it's climbing action you'll need. Just leave it to me. Thanks, this little hook might make it for a good foothold. Up you go, Kay. Good luck. Count it. I'm on it. The great thief, Yadagrasu, spreads her mighty wings and takes to the skies. Here we go. Did you not go up? As I thought, the beam would definitely not be made for climbing. What do you mean, as I thought? I'm not your guinea pig, you know. Can I move the tarp? Man, why did they have to put the window so high up anyway? How's the thief supposed to make her daring escape? I suppose we could make our way out if we were able to climb the top of these lockers. Haha, that's pretty clever. You'd make a good thief yet, Mr. Edgeworth. Please don't ever place my name and the word thief in the same sentence ever again. Let's see, I wonder if I can jump and grab the top of that locker. man, if they could make such a ginormous lockers anyway. Even if we wanted to use these lockers, we would need some sort of foothold. Okay. Tiny key. Open the floor panel. This hook on this beam. You know, I already tried, and there is no way I can jump from the hook to the window. Come on. Even I have to admit that something's just not possible. I wasn't suggesting that again. Rather, that it was here for a different purpose. Really? Like what? As you saw in the adjacent room, there's clearly keeping a floor panel propped up. Which means there should be a panel in this room that can open as well. Oh, I get it. We didn't notice the existence of all the time because it was being hidden by this tarp. Alright then, let's fold this thing up and see what's underneath. This is what I call a treasure. Or else her. Now this must be another entrance to the secret hidden basement. I totally smell treasure. I wish to smell a sweet fragrance of freedom. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and open the hatch. Alright. This thing is locked down tight. Aw, fiddlesticks. I believe you're up, Kay. Huh? Why me? Because I need to use this tiny key that you've taken quite a liking to. Oh, gotcha. Just leave it to me. I love the tense feeling of the moments when you're about to uncover something big. I believe I have a feeling of freedom to be much more satisfying right about now. Alright, I got the secret door open, and now... Wait! What? Ah! Are you alright, Kay? I'm fine, the ladder just slipped and all is all. Oh, thanks goodness she's alright. I was about to have a coronary. There's a lot of really big, really large machinery down here. What about an exit? It's really dark and cramped there, so I really doubt there's an exit. I can't believe that happened. You have only yourself to blame for leaping before you looked, you know. No way. I mean, I was supposed to know that there was a ladder is removable. Hmm. Hmm. I figured out how we would escape this prison K. Oh, so how are we gonna bust out? It seemed as the reckless actions were of use after all. Are you actually praising me? More of a thank you for giving me an idea regarding this ladder. The underground ladder? What about it? This ladder isn't just for those who wish to go down. Oh, I see. If we use this... Yes, maybe we can... Maybe it's... Yes, I believe it's long enough to reach the top of those lockers. Well, what are we waiting for? Alright, now we can get out of here. Yes, we spent entirely too much time in here. Kidnappers who held me hostage, a mysterious Interpol agent. This case is only getting started, and I'll be the one to bring a resounding end. It looks like we stopped the raining for now. Yeah, thank goodness. I had no idea how hard it was raining earlier. Mr. Edgeworth. I'm glad to see you managed to escape, sir. I was so stressed that I thought in my heart was going to give out. Detective Gumshoe, may I ask, what in the world is that is? Well, that's, count off. Shifu. All 99 members are accounted for, sir. What the heck do you think you're doing counting all the cubs off like that? Every person is a valuable human being, you get me? And everyone has a name that their parents gave to them. No, one is a 2 or a 3, everyone regardless of their age, rank, and number. 1, got it? Shifu, Shifu! You are Agent Lang, I take it. You infidel! How dare you address our Shifu so rudely? Arrgh. Lang Z says, a cub who disrespects the others so soon feel the disciplinary bite of an elder. So don't you ever forget to show the proper respect towards another person. Shihana. This isn't much, but please accept my card. Oh, thank you. Please accept mine in return. You see all that just now? That is the proper way for two people to show their respect. Let's keep that in mind. You'll get far in life. Got it. Ah, that's right. Franziska did want me. Something about an elite Interpol agent from the Republic of St. Apparently this man has the highest successful arrest rate in the organization. Agent Lang, why are you exactly in Interpol? Why? Agent Lang, why is exactly an Interpol agent is involved with this clearly domestic case? That's none of your business, prosecutor. How is it not? I've heard a rumor about you too. You solved the murder that occurred during a flight home recently, right? Ha! But you sure took a while to arrest the little one, flight attendant. How pathetic. How dare you say that about Mr. Edgeworth? Are you saying that you could have solved it faster, pal? The comedic relief jumps into aid of his master. How cliche. Look, what I'm getting at is, this hadn't have been there, no, would have died. I would have solved the entire case, and Agent Hicks would still be with us here today. Agent Lang knew yesterday's victim, Agent Acme Hicks. Hicks was like a brother to me. So, now I'm out to take my revenge. Agent Hicks was investigating a smuggling ring with Francisca and a third person. This must be the man she was talking about. In that case, you should understand how I feel, as the kidnapped is someone I know. So I ask you if you please allow me to participate. This is a nearly trimmed courtroom of Eden, you know. You're out in the wilderness now, Mr. Prosecutor, and the way out of your league. It's hard, no hard feelings, but why don't you go back to the courtroom now, pretty boy? You dare mock the court. I do, and I don't need your help of a little filthy prosecutor. Sorry, but the truth doesn't need the likes of you to distort it today. Who is this adjective filthy to describe the prosecutor? And why? Why do I feel such intense loathing eliminated from behind? Alright men, good job. The perimeter around the Gatewater lab. Now, let's find the kidnapper and bring the punk to me. Dismissed. Now then, Mr. Prosecutor, you just go sit tight here and don't cause any trouble, understand? Wait. Mr. Edgeworth. It's been a while since I last met someone so disagreeable. Why of all places did he show up here? And completely out of the blue at that. I suppose I have to ask Detective Gumshoe to fill me in on that. That wriggling, I just can't bring myself to call it dancing. Great job, Detective. Sir. For losing sight of me and the kidnapper and allowing my investigation to be hijacked. Sir. I look forward to next month's salary assessment. But the case isn't lost yet, sir. I'm gonna show how much of a man Dick Gumshoe can be. Shall I prepare the 21-gun salute now or later? Detective, are you sure that was was the precinct you called for backup? Of course, sir. I think I would know the number of my own precinct, like back of my hand. Then why did an Interpol agent show up instead with the army of his own agents? That I have no idea. About 5 minutes after I made the call, that Wolfman showed up out of nowhere, sir. Agent Lang definitely has an agenda. So the question is, what is he after? Mr. Edgeworth, I was wondering if I may ask you about one thing, sir. Yes, what is it? Who is that girl over there? I mean, I'm Mr. Edgeworth's assistant, Kay Faraday. What? Funny, I don't recall making you my assistant, Kay. Yeah, I'm Mr. Edgeworth's assistant, me. I've been like him since forever. Sorry, but I just stole the whole supporting role. How can you say something serious with a giant grin on your face, pal? Mr. Edgeworth, we got a thief on our hands, sir. She stole my role, sir. I'm taking her in, getting her convicted, and making sure she serves out her sentence. Oh, come on, it'd be fun, like musical chairs. You better stay fast on your feet. No way. I won't. I will not let the spotlight to you, little girl. Man, I can't calmly do any stealing at all with that detective around. I suppose it's not easy when there's many members of the law enforcement in the vicinity. It's alright, it's not like I'm in a hurry to steal just anything old. Which is it? Do you plan to steal something or not? Quite the mystery, this one. Maybe I should talk to her a bit more. So what are you going to do about this, your investigation into kidnapping? Good question, since Agent Lang holds the authority to investigate this case now. This makes things a bit more complicated. Oh, come on, you can't just let that stop you and even lend you a hand. So let's go. But you're the self-proprieted gray thief, are you not? I don't believe I can let someone as unlawful nature participate in an investigation. You don't listen, do you? I'm not gonna just any old gray thief. I am the Yadagrasu. And as I said earlier, Yadagrasu is the one and only thing. The one and only? What is this one and only thing you're after? Yadagrasu is only interested in one thing, and that is the truth. I see. My favorite word, the truth. It was 7 years ago. There was a vigilant who threw the business world into a panic. Labeled mysterious and phantom-like, the Yadagrasu appeared and vanished at will. Though we still don't know much about the thief's ultimate goal, we do know the targets. The Yadagrasu like to find and publicly disclose evidence of the corrupt dealings of all sorts. Once the target is chosen, no dramatic calling card or announcement was sent forth. Instead, the chosen corporation was infiltrated without even the target noticing. Some days later, the evidence that was found was sent out to mass media, along with a card marked the three-legged raven. Looking back, I suppose you could call what the Yadagrasu was stealing the truth. Could this child really be the successor of the original Yadagrasu? But that can't be, can it? We'll see. We will see. Lance, where are you, son? Oh, I didn't know that was him. Mr. Amato. Oh, Miles, my boy. I'm sorry to involve you in such an affair just after you've returned. For you, Mr. Amato, I'm glad you offered my assistance. After all, I have to thank you on how well things turned out during my time abroad. If it wasn't for you, I might have not been introduced to that law office and had a chance to study the inner workings of another country's judicial system. No. Think nothing of it. As soon as you know, Manfred and I go way back. Consider the beloved disciple of his to be like my own blood. If you ever want to go overseas again, you need only to ask. I can use my company's vast network to send you anywhere, anytime. So who's that old man? He is the father of the currently kidnapped Lance Amano, Ernest Amano. Now then, have you found Lance yet, Miles? Please, I miss my poor boy dearly. I'm terribly sorry, but your son's whereabouts remain unknown, Mr. Amano. Whoa, hold on there. Then what happened to all that money? I believe the 1 million has been stolen and that the culprits are now on the run. What? Poor old man. Don't you have anything you could give him to cheer him up, Mr. Edgeworth? Forgive me, Mr. Amano, but I fumbled the ball. I was wondering if you could please tell me the details of the kidnapping one more time. Oh, it was yesterday. A call came to the house. From the receiver came the sound of my son, "Help me, Daddy," sniff. I know this is tough, but please stay with me here, Mr. Amato. You don't understand. He doesn't call me Daddy in ages. It was incredibly moving. I wish I had recorded him saying that. You definitely should have recorded that conversation. But not for the foolish sentimentalities of an old man. Refresh my memory. What kind of person is Lance again? How will telling you about Lance help you get him back? Surprisingly, a lot can be deduced from a person's relationships and behavior. Very well then. Lance is my one and only son, and he turned 21 this year. He is very much like when I was his age, kind and very attractive. I'm sure women can't keep their hands off of him. Is there anything else about him you've noticed of late? Now that you mention it, I haven't been able to get in contact with our butler, Oliver. Your butler? Yes, his name is Oliver Deacon. He's been with our family for years now. He gets along so well with Lance, I thought maybe he would know where my son is. Oliver Deacon. Mr. Amato, could you please tell me a little more about your butler, Mr. Deacon? As a butler, he's outstanding. He even serves as Lance's personal private torturer. He took a brief leave recently, but even after it was over, I haven't been able to reach him. So you haven't spoken with him since his leave? What about his family and friends? They say they haven't seen him. I've tried everything I could have think of, Miles. Do you think you could have something to do with this Lance kidnapping? It's possible, but I can't say anything for sure quite yet. So even the person's closest victim has gone missing. Alverdiki. Sounds like one name I better keep in mind. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. Let's begin our investigation. Even if that Interpol agent holds an authority to head into this investigation, we can't allow ourselves to stand idly by, twiddling our thumbs. I'm with you 100%, Mr. Edgeworth. I, Dick Gumshoe, pledge to stick by your side through thick and thin. Mr. Romano, it was my fault that the culprit escaped. Which is why, with our blessing, I vow to return Lance to you myself. Oh, I never seen such a passionate before. Miles, good luck with you, my boy. Alright, well, what are we waiting for? Let's do some investigating. If you think I'm losing you, pal, forget it. Begin investigation. So what should we examine first? Thanks to Agent Lang, we can't leave this area. But the culprits were here until only very recently. Which means we may be able to find some clues that will tell us how they escaped. Okay, let's get looking. Hey, you there. Who, me? What are you doing goofing off in a place like this? I wasn't goofing off. I was about to help Mr. Edgeworth kick off his investigation. You imbecile. All precinct detectives are now under Agent Lang's direct command. No way. I'm not working for Wolf Boy. Mr. Edgeworth, can you do something? I'm not exactly in a position to argue, seeing how you are a member of the police. Good, now let's go. Oh no! No! Aw, it's cut off on me. Well, that was exciting. Okay. What? Can you tell I'm ready to get down for some detective work? You should go home. Your parents must be worried about you. Come on. I finally become your assistant and you try to ditch me? I don't recall offering you a position. Why do I have to be so difficult? Besides, it's already too late, you know. Like I said, you already stolen the position of your assistant a while back. You're the only one asserting that. Well, by the time anyone notices, it's already gone. That's the Yatagarasu way. You wouldn't speak so lightly of things you know nothing about. Fine, whatever, you win. Go ahead and do your little investigation. See if I care. But the talented Assistant K is going to tag along no matter what you say. Even if she turns out to be useless, she's not going to listen to me. I might as well surrender and let her come along for the ride. Hey, there's a bunch of footprints in the mud over here. I remember hearing the rainfall. I remember hearing the rainfall out here while I was being held in there. That was just passing rain. That's why the ground is already pretty much dried up. I should be thankful it left us with a nice footprints samples. You know what? I bet if we follow them, we can find out where the kidnappers went. Plus, we'd be able to spot them just because of their muddy shoes. I don't think it'd be that easy. Why not? Look carefully. There are quite a few different sets here. And we don't know which ones they belong to the kidnappers? Oh, that's true. We don't know what kind of shoes they were wearing. Can we go in the saloon? No, we can't even step up on it. There are a set of tire tracks originating from the garage. Ah, so that means the car was left in the garage at some time, right? Correct. But for the car to leave these tracks, it would mean that it would, that the left during passing rain. That's the only explanation. These tracks are made of the mud. 3 treads. You would think it would safely assume it's a special type of car. Hey, there's a blue badger. Badger get. I really don't understand why she's so excited over the best badger. I don't really understand why she's so excited over this badger hunt. Speaking of badgers, there's a person inside of there. Mr. Badger, I was wondering if you might share with me what you saw. He's doing that contorted wiggling dance again. Aha! There you are, uncover my undercover identity, sir. I was going to remain under that head, sir. Aren't you Officer Meekins? Sir. Sir Mike Meekins, reporting for duty, sir. This man was a witness in one case I headed 2 years ago. About the only thing I remember about this officer is that he often spoke and acted before he thought it, which gave him a great deal of headaches. Is he a friend of yours, Mr. Edgeworth? I met him in the courtroom once before. Why is he so upset? Were we unmasked? Does he have something to hide? Mike Meekins. Officer Meekins. Why are you standing here wasting time? Sir, because I'm a police officer right now. Sir, I'm the Blue Badger. And creating memories and dreams for the kids that were never wasted time, sir. I have a dream to become a bit as big as Detective Gumshoe, sir. I was patrolling, scouring Boring Beat until a little while ago. And then when dispatch radio on my shoulder cracked that the kidnappers had escaped, sir. I thought maybe this was a sort of making a detective, sir. Just rushed on over here to join in. But when I got here, there was a sea of people already. And I couldn't spread my trademark friendliness and joy not on anyone. It would seem that some people never change. So why exactly are you in that ridiculous outfit? Sir, that's because, sir, I'm here to keep the visitors in good spirits, sir. But it's also to hide the fact that an officer on the trail of kidnapping, sir. I see. Agent Lang was very wise to employ this sort of diversionary tactics. To be honest, or to be handed a role of the Blue Badger out of all of the different disguises, sir. It's such an honor. How long have you been standing here, Officer Meekins? Sir, for about a little hour, sir. That's around the time I woke up from being knocked unconscious. And I've been here ever since, sir. If that's true, then the possible Officer Meekins saw the kidnappers escaping. But however, sir, I must tell you, I didn't see a thing, sir. I haven't asked you anything yet, officer. No. But I know you will, sir. He's hiding something from me. Officer Meekerns, I insist that you tell me more about your recent movements. Sir, I've been playing the Blue Badger this whole entire time, sir. And getting into it, too. I patrolled the park while wearing this costume. And about 1 hour ago, I came over here, sir. I haven't seen any suspicious looking people the whole time, sir. But I did see the Blue Badger, sir. A lone Blue Badger. What you just said now is contradictory to the facts. How so, Mr. Edgeworth? This is of what Mr. Meegan's testimony contradicts this. So I have two possibilities of what it could be. It could possibly be this, because there's 4. But this also has 4 on it too. I assume it might be the Badger thing though. There's only 1 in each park. I don't know, we'll try this one.
Take that!
Oh, it was right. Officer Meekins, let's back things up. I'd like to ask you about your last statement. Sir, of course, sir. If that's what you wish, Mr. Prosecutor. The little patrolman will wait as long as I'm commanded to wait. You said you saw the Blue Badger, correct? And yet, take a look at this. What you saw was not supposed to happen. The park is supposed to only have 1 of each badger at any given time. Which means that as long as you are the Blue Badger, Officer Meekins, you should have not seen another Blue Badger wandering the premises. Well, sir? Then would that mean that there are 2 Blue Badgers walking around? But why? Excuse me, but if you could let me just through here. Sorry, I can't let anyone through. Agent Lang's orders. I suppose I can deal with this impasse for now. Oh, same thing. Okay. And you're already done. So. Of course, this painting on this garage door to complete the Wild West theme. They look like they look lifelike, don't you think? Are you thinking of wrangling or rather stealing them? If you can coax me out there, sure. Come on. I know that you can sweet talk them out. I could be holding a cube of sugar in my hand and they wouldn't budge, Kay. Yes? The kidnapping. Kay, do you think about the kidnapping? Well, I don't know anything about the victim. So actually, I was hoping you could tell me. Ah, that's right. I never did explain the situation to you. I got involved because of the phone call I received. It was from no other than the director of the Amano group, Mr. Ernest Romano. His only son Lance had been kidnapped and he wanted me to be the drop-off man. Little Daddy suspect that I would be deducted or abducted myself. And that's when he found tied to a pole screaming. Can you please drop that already? Come on, the Badger family is waiting for us to find the pictures to take of them. And remember, if you yell Badger get each time, or it doesn't count. Even if they have a rule for when you take their pictures. Tell me about, I was planning to steal all my shots as a proper great thief should. Does the concept of stealing permanent every aspect of this girl's life? Alright, let's get out of that. Oh! Let's get out of that. I guess Mr. Mono? No, he's already been talked to. What did I not? Ooh, okay. Hey, Miss Edgeworth, isn't that one of those things you tie horses to? Yes, although the horses are in another location at the moment. Aw, now I was hoping to get to ride one. You know how to ride horses. Nope, never rode one in my life. But I have an Asian friend who is born in the year of the horse. Non sequitur is the only thing to describe your logic. If these were real, I wonder what you would put in them. Water would be the obvious answer. But if you stored water in a barrel under a blazing hot sun, wouldn't it go bad? People of that period probably didn't care how it was tasted. Sorry, but I can't let you get away with making fun of my forefathers. I mean, maybe they're really like the strange taste. Look who's stopped making fun of them now. Look, there's a blurb about a cactus here. This cactus is a very gracious gift to Great Water Land from the local police precinct. I can't believe the police went so far as to donate a cactus to this place. So is the police department running a cactus farm on the inside? Haha, just kidding. They wouldn't do something so silly. Actually, I have a vague impression I've seen a cactus farm at the precinct before. You did. It was, what's his name? Bambina. Oh yeah, that's right, I'm back. Bambina. That's my pet cactus. I don't remember what he named him, though. Okay, maybe I show him something. Oh, not you. Oh, shoot. Did they give you a present? Like a bad. Sir, I'm undercover as a Blue Badger now, sir. I must pretend to not know anything about anything, sir. I must respond to that. It would be like shooting a fish in a barrel. Sir, this is incredibly shiny, but it has a really ugly shape. I knew it. It was right to go the much more manly police badge, sir. But I lose it a lot. I just know I'm going to lose it for real one of these days, sir. Mr. Edgeworth, I think the cop is one donut short of a baker's dozen. I know. Believe me, I know. Alright, can I put these together? Kind of shoes. Well, this has got to be obvious. Yeah. A second blue badger shouldn't exist. Clearly, the identity of the person underneath is... Oh, I know. One of those kidnappers, right? The person who wore the costume to get away. Precisely. After all, the costumes that went missing from the storage area are... a blue badger, a proto-badger, and a bad badger. Yes, those three. So there are 3 pointy badgers running around in the park somewhere, huh? Now that we know that the kidnappers were wearing the badger's costumes, those footprints from earlier take on a new, very significant meaning. Oh, you mean now we know which tracks belong to the kidnappers, right? Yes. More than shoe prints, we need to follow the paw prints of the badger. Okay, Mr. Edgeworth, it's time to use those footprints and go to the badger's hunting. Okay, she don't have anything new. So we're looking for the print, or, so we're looking for the footprints made by the costume. Hey, I think I found them. There are 2 sets here. They both look like possible candidates. Or else, oh man. This scent is walking off to the west. Oh, it just stops. I can't make heads or tails of where it's heading from here. I think we can assume they're headed towards the stadium. I wonder where the other set leads. This one seems to be heading east. Huh? Quick, Mr. Edgeworth, I got him. I've got the one of the culprits. No, I'm not a kidnapper, sir. Down, Kay. Clearly, the footprints belong to Officer Meekins. Our criminals were wearing each costume. Maybe they all came over to this garage for something. That's what I would have supposed, Officer Meekins, if you could step aside for a moment. We could examine the garage. Sir, Roger Wilco, sir. Let's open this shutter and see what we find. Maybe we'll find the kidnappers hiding inside. What in the... We have stumbled across upon a dead body. That's probably the butler, right? She must be in severe shock to have seen the first to find it. Now then, who is this man? It's Oliver. Mr. Amato, are you saying that this man is... Yes, he's my butler. How could something like this happen? Indeed, why would Mr. Deacon here to begin with? I better investigate this crime scene quickly before Agent Lang and his men return. The kidnapper's footprints lead right to this garage. And right to a dead body. It is possible one of the kidnappers is now a murder victim. From my cursory examination, I believe that the man died from a fatal bullet wound. You're a short call for someone who just found a body. It's surprising that one can become accustomed to in the span of 2 days. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious nook of Granny. As long as that Interpol agent has his control of this case, I'm not going to be able to have any real autopsy done on the victim. I'm no doctor, but let's see what I can piece together myself. There are 2 gunshot wounds, one in his abdomen and one in his shoulder. So that means he was shot twice. No, I don't think so. I think the abdominal one is an entry wound, and the one near his shoulder is the exit. Nice. I knew you could figure it out. It comes with experience. And I've seen my share of crime scenes. Speaking of experience, this crime scene was too big clean for the murder bullet to went clean through. I should take a note of this oddity. This is an unusually shaped pendant. What is it? Something valuable? She seems to regain her composure. It looks like a horse pendant. It's got an antique feel about it. And really pretty. Hold on. This is made of platinum silver. Nice. This is worth selling after all. Oh, and look, there's something written on the back. Colin Deveria. It's a name. Colin Deveria. What this man's name is. Oh, Eureka! There's something not right about the name on this pendant. The victim of the Rana family butler's name is Oliver Deacon, but the name on his pendant is Colin Deveria. I wonder what's up with that. I don't know, but I think we've hit upon an important piece of information. Investigation complete. Lance, where are you, sweetie? Excuse me, but you are. But, oh, this is bad. He's really good looking. Check out this ring pop. Heck, stop it, Lauren. You can't let yourself fall for a playboy like him. You're in love with... Sounds like something doesn't know the meaning of the word phrase inner monologue, huh? Sorry to interrupt your conversation, but might you be a friend of Lance? Yes, I'm Lance's girlfriend. My name is Laura Pops. It is a ring pop. His girlfriend. Oh, it's not like that. We're more like friends, and we're not lovers or anything. Well, we haven't gotten that far yet. But I guess that's how people are going to see it. So I should just accept it. Even got this ring as a present from Lance Swoon. Ha! You know, she reminds me of a cartoon character. May I inquire as to why you are here? I haven't been able to get in contact with Lance lately, and I began really worried. Sob. I looked everywhere for him, and I've heard about the kidnapping, so I came here. You're really strong for having made it through all this by yourself. That's true. Lance has really been kidnapped. No one is supposed to know. But yes, it's true. Oh, Lance. I believe you've been spirited away. I wonder how you're doing right now. Looks like she's gone back to the fair mating and love routine. So, Mr. Edgeworth, where do we go from here? Well, we found a body, so we should look into the murder. My man brought up me to speed over the radio. And I have to say, you really should have called. I heard you found something very intriguing. I have nothing to hide, Agent Lang. It's exactly what you see before you. I'll take it from here. Yeah, that guy's really dead. Good one, Lang. Hey, you waiting in the investigation. Hurry up and detain the suspect now. Suspect who? Officer Meekins, is it? You're coming with us. What, sir? I had nothing to do with it, sir. Agent Lang, do you really think you're being a bit rash? Do you have a good reason to suspect Officer Meekins? Ha! I leave that kind of stuff to you prosecutors. It's your job after all. Like I said earlier, the crime scene isn't forgiving as your precious courtroom. Is that your answer? I know you like your logic and reasoning, but that sort of impractical fluff is not needed out here in the field. All you have to do is arrest suspicious person after suspicious person. And that's how you eliminate crime from the streets. But that's so precisely how you unnecessarily arrest innocent people by mistake. Innocent people? Nonsense. There's no such thing as an innocent person. We've got a blemish or two in our hearts. That's tyranny. I won't allow such a thing to go on unchecked before my eyes. Too bad you don't call the shots around here. I have to sworn to uphold the law of this land, and I cannot allow you to take this man. That you would arrest a man on false charges without even conducting an investigation. Have you no honor as a member of the law enforcement? You, how dare you speak so disrespectfully for our Sifu? Hold it. You amuse me, Mr. Prosecutor. Lang Zi says every pact has its own rules. If you play by their rules and come out on top, that's a true victory. Alright, I'll give your beloved laws a fair shake. I'll show you how much investigation I've done. Through my line of logic. I've seen a lot of bodies, like the one carted off in my time. I could say he was shot with a single glance, but even you figured that out much, right? With our current gun laws, it's not exactly easy to get your hands on a gun. Not unless you're a member of law enforcement like Officer Meekins, is that right? Solid as a rock. I based on the philosophy of detainment. What's this philosophy of detainment? Ha, you don't know? In that case, pay attention, girlie. In my country, the criminals have saying, beware of the wolf. Why the wolf? Because in my language, lang means wolf. And you don't mess with me or my pack. As for detainment philosophy, it's your father, honorable ancestor, Lang Zi. You would think that you've heard of him. His teachings, if he's that famous. Lang Zi developed it as he worked, like a lock of criminals away 1,000 years ago. To this day, the Zhangfa police still trains its recruits using his philosophies. But 1,000 years ago, that would make your story about as believable as a fairy tale. Anything wears down and breaks over time. Do you really believe that an ancient as can be applied to today's world? You want to put it to a test? Rebuttal. Unless you're like Officer Meekins, isn't that right? Correct. Hold it! If that's the case, there are plenty of other officers who might be potential suspects. You're not seriously going to arrest every and each one of them, are you? As if I would need to. I've already locked up everyone else here. Oh? Other than Officer Meekins, I know no one else has a weapon that has been fired. How? Did you check every single person's weapon in such a short span of time? That's because each and every one of my subordinates is extremely capable. But it didn't take more than a few minutes to conduct the entire investigation. The power of sheer numbers. But you have yet to check Officer Meeker's weapon, correct? Thanks for reminding me. Hey you, show me your gun. Oh. What's wrong? Why was it so quickly, stickily pale all of a sudden? Gun? What did I say? I can't hear you. Stop mumbling and spit it out already. Sir, I lost my gun, sir. How could you be so irresponsible? In the end, it looks like you're still the only suspect we got. You're the one who waited here outside the garage to ambush to kill the victim. So you think that Officer Meekins waited here to kill the victim? Do you, Lang? I think this little accusation deserves a little more scrutiny. Officer Meekins ambushed the victim in his garage and killed him with this gun.
Objection!
Objection! Unfortunately for you, Agent Lang, that simply is not possible. What do you mean? You've seen the crime scene yourself. And while you were looking at it, you did not think to yourself it was a little too clean. Ah, yeah. So did you notice that there was a little blood, too little blood? Do you still wish to claim that Officer Meekins committed murder here? Because it's in a crime scene, and if it was your men who led you to think it was, then I suggest you leave this case to the local police to set the record straight. Not too bad. I see your logic can be just as sound as mine. In that case, let me ask you this. Don't you think it's weird that the officer was hanging out around here in the first place? Weird? How so? Hey you, the squad is not even supposed to be in this area, right? What are you doing neglecting your duties and loafing around here? Don't you dare give me a single lame excuse like I found myself taking a walk. But sir, I really did take a walk, sir. You're a disgrace. How dare you take your pack obligations so lightly? Officer Meeking is looking extra weak. Is he hiding something? Mr. Edgeworth, please, sir. Save me the way you did earlier, please, sir. Officer Meekins, please give us a detailed account of what happened. Sir, not you too. Just tell me what happened. It's true, sir. I wasn't assigned to this area, sir. I was told to check every square inch of the main gate area, sir. And so I went looking for the kidnappers while selling dreams in the Blue Badger mobile, sir. But I got completely caught up in my role selling dreams to children, sir. Before I knew it, I found myself here in this area. What is this Blue Badger mobile? It's a moving store on wheels that sells sweet dreams and merchandise, sir. So the Blue Badger mobile is a roaming souvenir shop? Sir, I swear I was chasing the kidnappers down while I was being a good dream merchant. He seems rather worked up, even more than his usual hypocritical self. Are you sure? He seems sure that he's sane. Can you try to calm down and lower your voice to a more reasonable level, officer? Sir. Roger, sir.
Hold it!
Oh, oops. Who exactly do you mean by selling dreams? Sir, the Blue Badger mobile is the dreams that are collected. What? Sweetness. Like you never known to accept dreams, madam? Like innocent drops? The bitterness found in the nightmares, ma'am, like guilty jawbreakers. Selling knows I pushed the Blue Badger mobile along. It's my sworn duty, ma'am.
Objection!
Officer Meekins, I would appreciate it if you didn't tell such transparent lies. Sir, I'm lying, sir? Yes, you are. If you're really out there selling dreams with the Blue Badger mobile until recently, then what is it doing inside the garage? Ah! Actually, I had just lost track, sir. Lost track of what? By the time I realized that the Blue Badger mobile was nowhere to be found, sir. Which would mean perhaps it's stolen. And that's when I came back to this area, thinking maybe it was in the garage, sir. But that's when you found me, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. A likely story. But who do you think is going to buy such a convenient tale as that? And exactly, it's so convenient about this story. The car getting stolen and completely unbelievably, even for a cover story. But I think I can assume that the car was used alright to move the dead body. What? You killed the victim at the same distant location, Officer Meekins. And then when you used the Blue Badger mobile to transport all of it the way here. Now then, you're coming with me. But it wasn't me, sir. The killer, sir. It wasn't me, sir. Agent Lang, wait. What do you want now? We still don't know where the real scene of the crime is. You can't say we all know the facts of this case, let alone the truth. I told you the truth, schmooth. I couldn't care less. Our job is to catch the crook. You'll find your precious truth after we arrest this guy and take him in. That's the job of you prosecutors in your fancy courts, with your logic. As for us, we don't have that kind of time to waste. You boorish buffoon. I think you need to leave. What? We need to get the body to an autopsy, and you guys are getting in the way. You would interfere with another one of my investigations. Hey now, let's not forget who holds the actual authority to conduct investigations here. I'm afraid one doing of the interpreting is you, my ignorant pretty boy. Now be a good fancy boy and get out of my sight. If you don't, I'll arrest you for obstruction of justice. To be continued. Alright, this is a good time for like a bathroom break and stuff. Alright, we will save. Alright guys, I'll be right back. Get up, take a stretch, get some popcorn, get something to drink, pet your kitty, and I will return shortly. Go back. Okay. Let's see something real quick. How charged is my controller? Full power? Heck yeah. Ugh. Chased out like a pair of peasants. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Kay. There's something even thieves should never steal. Do you know what that is? You really shouldn't steal anything, however, I'll bite. What shouldn't a thief steal? A life. It's too heavy a burden on your soul to get away with ever. That's something we can agree on. Well said, Kay. No matter what we try murder in this one crime can never truly be hidden. I intend to prove that by my own hands. I even apprehended the murder myself. I'm going to work extra hard and be a good assistant. Let's go. I still never said she could be my assistant. I'm just going to let drop this issue. First thing we should do is locate the real scene of the murder. Mr. Edgeworth. Detective Gumshoe. Mr. Edgeworth, the stadium. Hurry, sir. There's supposed to be a huge hush-hush, but they found a witness at the stadium. A witness? Ew, what did we tell you about leaving your signpost? Ah, the jig is up. Mr. Edgeworth, remember, I'm always rooting for you. So go get him, sir. Those detectives sure look like they're enjoying themselves. It's not my fault. It's not all fun and games, Kay. Now then, let's head to the stadium and meet this witness. Yeah, I don't see anyone. Mr. Edgeworth? Long time no see. You are Miss Emma Skye, correct? This girl is the younger sister of my former superior, Lana Skye. 2 years ago, we stood in the same courtroom together as a witness and prosecutor. Though she had gone to Europe to study forensics. I can't believe you remember me, Mr. Edgeworth. Of course I do. How have you been? You look to be in good spirits. Are you still studying abroad? You bet. More than anything, I want to investigate the crime scenes scientifically. I've been studying non-stop every day to become a top-notch forensic scientist. But it's spring break now, so I thought I'd come back for a bit. I see. Alright, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Alrighty. Yes? Notice anything? You look deep in thought. Care to share, Kay? With all that's happened, I'm getting a little confused. For example, what is that detective said earlier? About how we must look for the witness at the stadium. No, not that. The I'm always rooting for you bit. I was thinking how sweet that is. It's like you two are best friends. I think you're a little confused, alright, Kay. You don't consider him a friend, Edgeworth? Are you being mean for no reason? Like, come on, dude. Alright. President. I guess I don't even present or anything. I almost didn't recognize you. You've really grown in the past few years. Please don't tease me, Mr. Edgeworth. I know I still have a long way to go. But I'm going to be a superior, or wrong word. A super forensic scientist someday. You seem to know Mr. Edgeworth really well. Are you two acquaintances? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Emma Skye. Nice to meet you. I'm studying abroad now to be a forensic scientist. How about you? Wow, that's a great dream. My name is Kay Faraday. I'm training to become an unstoppable great thief. A great thief? Don't think too hard on it, Emma. It's not worth the trouble. In any case, we have to catch up, much to catch up on. You bet we do. Emma Skye. So why are you here, Emma? Well, it just happened to decide to come back home for spring break. And then I heard you come back too, so I raced over here. I really wanted to welcome you back at the airport, but I just missed you. And exactly how did you know I was there? Through the power of science, naturally. I never underestimate what scientists can do for you. I used these to track your footprints and followed them straight to you. The whole way? Wouldn't you run out by then? This is the greatest and wonderful scientific. You spray this chemical on the ground, and when you shine the special light on it, zing, the footprints light up like an electrified noble gas in a glass tube. It's almost like magic, scientifically speaking. Forensic science has never seemed to be more ominous to me than in this very moment. The witness. Emma, I would like to ask you about what you witnessed. Huh? What are you talking about? Are you not the witness Detective Gumshoe told us about? Well, I did get a call from Detective Gumshoe earlier. He was practically yelling at me. Mr. Edgeworth, I don't know, I was gonna try to blend the two voices, but I don't think that's gonna work. Mr. Edgeworth needs these scientific doohickeys right now, pal, he said. What was that man thinking, or rather not thinking? So let me guess, there's been a murder, right? Yes, unfortunately. There's a sudden glint in her eyes. But I need to keep mind focused on the witness. Now, where did that person go? Alright, what else should I... Nope. I guess the car. I assume this is another Badger mobile. Yeah, but this is a different color than the Blue Badger's car. Yes. Is that Retina? Yes, this is the Retina Series pink model. What is that off in the distance? Oh, hey. I think that was the one. I do that a lot. Oh, hey, it's the Pink Badger. Get. Badger. Just what does she see in these silly things? I think that Badger has something to say to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Are you by chance the witness I've been searching for? Sorry, but I don't speak Badger dance. Badger dance. Why am I like off center of the Badger? Arg, I can't believe I'm taking inside this scruffy head anymore. You're... No, why her? Why here? Why now? I first met this woman 3 years ago, and she was witness to one of my cases. 3 years ago, so I guess at least this case might actually take place after the third game. Because I think they're all a year apart. Pretty sure they are. Wait, no, because that wouldn't make any sense. Because she met Emma 2 years ago. Wait, well, I don't know. I guess it depends on how long after the 5th case takes place after the 4th, which I think was only a month or 2, if I remember correctly. We'd have to go back to the tapes and look at it because I don't have it like any Edgy Poo. Why couldn't you understand what I was trying to tell you? I mean, really. I was trying so hard to keep the kids' dreams alive by staying in character. But you couldn't pick up what I was trying to convey to you. I'm sick and tired of that roundabout way of talking. So I'm just going to be direct. I had a bad feeling before, but this just made it official. Today's gone beyond the typical not my day into the realm of walking nightmare. So you're a friend of Mr. Edgeworth too, Miss Pink Badger. You could say that. But right now, I'm just a Pink Badger dearie. She may look the part, but not better than the trust my eyes around this woman. My name is Wendy Oldbag. But you can call me Wendy or Granny or whatever suits your fancy. Nice to meet you, Miss Oldbag. I'm Kay Faraday. What do I care about the young whippersnapper like you? Yeesh. I was just trying to be polite. Weren't you the security guard at one of the Gatewater hotels last time we met? So okay, yes, this does take place after the at least this case takes place after the second game. Okay. But then why does that's the one part that's weird. At least the first episode of this. So Maggie goes from the thing to Tresbienne, but back to that's the weird part. It's like where does that go in the timeline? It doesn't really matter in all seriousness, but it's weird. It's like, why would you go? Because at the end of the game, she says she's leaving the police force, which means she's leaving to go to Tresbienne, but she's back as a security guard. So the logical thing would be, okay, she's a security guard, then becomes police officer. That's what one would assume. I don't know. It really doesn't matter. It might be a logic, or maybe they missed when making this game. Maybe they were like, oh wait, we need a character that's on the police. And they picked Maggie and didn't realize they contradicted themselves between 2 and 3. I don't know. Who cares? Weren't you security guard at one Gatewater hotels the last time we met? I go where I'm needed. I'm very good at what I do, unlike the youth today. I get called all the time to fill in when there aren't enough hands. Also, she changes jobs as much as Larry does in the series. I think Larry works under her at some point. But enough about me, Edgy Poo. I'm thoroughly dejected right now. I finally came to the chance to see you again, and here you are, talking with young girls. Men are you all the same. It's enough for the girls who one day who I have noticed this thing. Can you do this as fast as they be? You seem to attract all sorts of interesting people, Mr. Edgeworth. Kay, please, I'm begging you, by all means, do not provoke her any further. Aren't you forgetting about something, Mr. Edgeworth? This person could be the witness. Honestly, I hope she isn't. But I think fate is going to be so kind today. I saw what happened. I even saw the exact moment it happened. How's that? So it's true. She's the witness. I don't suppose I can ignore the old bag. Yes, it was just a little while ago. I wonder what her Japanese name is. The only reason why is how does, like, what is the old bag kind of like thing over there? I believe Miles is pretty much like Sword. Mitsurugi. Oh, I don't know his last name. Or is that the last name? Don't matter. But it's supposed to be like a Sword Edge, and then they changed it to Miles Edgeworth. I wonder. I saw it happen right in front of me. The moment of the murder. You mean to say that you witnessed someone being killed right before your eyes? Sounds like a pretty important piece of testimony to me. I came to the stadium to take a short break. I was resting and I happened to glance over and I saw two men facing each other in that area. Suddenly there was a loud gunshot and the person who was shot fell to the ground. It was a very terrifying experience, let me tell you. It looks like we hit the jackpot, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, I can't afford to ignore what she says. Unfortunately. What's that unfortunately you tacked on to the end of supposed to mean edgy poo? Well, anyway, let's see what we can find from this little old lady.
Hold it!
You mean you took a break from being the Pink Badger? You may not think it, but it's hard work keeping the kids' dreams alive. You smell of sweet, your hip cheeks with pain, you even begin to dream about work. That's the kind of story that would scar a child for life, you know. Well, why I choose to came to take my break here, whippersnapper. I don't plan on paying any part of the Dread Badger in front of a bunch of kids. So what you did, you see while the Pink Badger were resting? Oh yes, well well. There we go.
Hold it!
You saw two men. Can you describe them for me? They looked as your average Joes, completely uninteresting and not worth fawning over. I'm telling you, they were so boring that I didn't even remember much beyond that. But did you have any special features? Anything you can recall would be very helpful. Oh my, don't tell me you're jealous of two men. Hey, she's right. You seem pretty worked up over them, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm not worked up over anyone. And I'm not jealous. It's alright, Edgy Poo. Those two were just fowls compared to you, to a stallion like you. I thought so little of them that I lost interest in the instant I laid eyes on them. Suddenly, there was a loud gunshot, and the person... Oh.
Hold it!
I have to reread that. What's up? You're claiming to have seen the exact moment in which the murder took place. Absolutely, the gun made a terrible racket when it was fired. You didn't try to help the person that got shot. I'm the only person. What? Smart alecky? Is that what it is? You smart alecky brat. What could I have done? But I took off as soon as I could find someone who couldn't help. 2 men, 1 wood. It's a constant with what we found from the body. Sadly, there wasn't exactly new information to go on in your testimony. Well, I saw the guy again. I'm sure I could indefinitely or identify him for you. I mean, how could I expect to remember anything without something to jog my memory? Self-centered, aren't we? While it was somewhat useful, her testimony also presents us with a new problem. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes. So about this new problem. What is that giant grin on your face for? Do you want me to show you something really nice? No, thank you. Don't be so mean, I swear. It's something you're going to like. What is that gadget you're holding? What you see before you is the secret weapon of the great thief. I should have known it would be worthless. Don't be like that. Teehee, What do you think now? What is it doing? It's projecting something into the air. I'm going to input necessary information to run the simulation now. Once I'm done, I'll increase the size projection to its maximum size. Dark skies of the evening, when no matter the bird dares to take wing. One alone remains all-seeing. Now the witness true power for real, the modern day Robin Hood. What is this? This recreation of the murder based on the info I inputted into Little Thief. Little Thief? I dare say that I think you're talking to the Robin Hood thing a bit too far. Little Thief is actually meant to be a simulator for me, to plan my thefts. But I suppose I used it like this. Let's see, Miss Oldbag said that there were 2 men facing each other. And then a gunshot rang out, and the victim fell to the ground. Ah, so this we can inspect the crime scene as it was in the past. See? So what do you think? I have to say, I'm impressed that technology of thieves has access these days. Well, it is super secret weapon of the mighty Yadagrasu. Indeed. Oh, but there isn't enough information on it. Something is out of place. The recreation could come out a little strange. In other words, I can use this to authenticate the validity, there we go, of the witness's testimony. You got it. You really catch on quick, Mr. Edgeworth. Right now, the simulation is a recreation of what the witness's testimony. So for now, I should re-examine everything. And if anything's illogical or strange, I can then ask for clarification. Feel free to examine anything in the simulation in the way you always do. You can even present evidence to find a contradiction. And if you find something, I've got the little thief with me, so you can just let me know, okay? Begin an investigation. According to the testimony, the victim fell on the ground here. That's right, but if that's the case, then we've already found our first contradiction. Or was that Edgeworth and I was... Huh? What? There? If the real reason the scene of the crime is there's something missing that should be here. Which piece of evidence shows the missing item? Ooh. Blood maybe? The necklace maybe? I don't think it'd be the mobile. Because she was off to the side. And that's not even the correct mobile. I want to say this. I guess also blood would be it too, but that's not a thing I can present, I don't think. Wait, no, it might be this because he got shot. Oh, I wish it. Can I go back? No. Lower admin through the. Yeah, he would have to be up, so it's probably this.
Take that!
This is the contradiction. Something wrong with my recreation? If that's the real scene of the crime, something specific should be here. If you think back, how did we deduce that the other crime scene was not the real one? Oh, I get what's missing. There's no blood on the ground either, right? Right, the fact that there's no blood in the case, or cast doubt that the witness... The fact that there's no blood here casts doubt on the witness's testimony. Eddie Pooh. How can you doubt me like that? Are you calling me a liar? I know what I saw. I saw the victim get shot down. You know, I don't think she's lying, Mr. Edgeworth. To be honest, I can think of the reason why she would lie to me. In that case, maybe there's another explanation for the distinct lack of blood. He'd have to be shot from up because it goes through his abdomen up through his shoulder, so he has to be shot from up. So he's got to be like up here, or if there's something up there that's like elevated. It is a silhouette of the killer in his gun at the ready. Okay, this is not impossible to recreate the face of the killer. Well, I can't exactly input what I don't know into the little thief. She has a point. Alright, Emma, do I need... Nope. Okay. Maybe I have logic now? Why is there no blood? Victim was kidnapper. Probably, that's probably not. Okay. Yes, recreation. So you believe that this gadget will provide us with the proof we need? Yeah, of course. Pretty neat, huh? By inputting the info like this, it can recreate the crime scene exactly as it was. Although the little thief was originally intended to be a training sim for heist. A training sim for thievery? I don't believe it can turn a deaf ear into that, Kay. Ah, it's for practice. It's not like I've actually stolen anything yet. Besides, we're in the middle of an investigation, so stop nitpicking. Even if it's just practice, I can't exactly endorse the act of stealing. Although, admittedly, this device is rather useful in an investigation. Using the little thief. So how am I supposed to use this to aid my investigation? Oh, that's right. I guess I should explain how to use it, huh? These are probably ones I don't actually have to do, but let's just get it out of the way. Objects lined in yellow are things that are not present in our time, but were in the past. Things outlined in a dotted line are things that exist now, but didn't in the past. I see. You examine and interact with the replicated people and objects as you normally do. You can even present evidence whenever you find an inconsistency. Oh, and be sure to point out mistakes in recreation with the evidence too. Very well. Let's continue the investigation. If there's something you don't get about the little thief, feel free to ask anytime, okay? Okay. Alright. Anything else here? Looks like they broke the stage down. Let me guess, this means they're done for the day. Or maybe it's because a different show is scheduled to start its run tomorrow. Okay, that is all done. I got a new thing. Now I probably can do the logic. I'm gonna say this and this. No? I can't see a clear correction between these two pieces of information. I'm saying he could have got shot from the... okay. He's got to be shot from an elevated position. Victim. If this is it, I'm gonna punch myself in the face. It is not possible if the victim was wearing a costume. Or is it not possible that the victim was wearing a costume? So you really think that Mr. Deakin is one of the kidnappers? I think we can reasonably assume there is a very good chance that he was. And that if he was shot while he was inside one of the stolen costumes, then Mr. Deakin's blood would be inside the costume instead of the ground. Precisely. Now, if we could only prove that the victim was wearing a costume, you think it'd be pretty easy if we could find some footprints. But the problem is finding them, since there doesn't seem to be any around. Footprints, huh? I wonder how we could go about finding some of those. Alright. I'm gonna pick this and it won't let me pick it. Alright. Oh, Emma. This is amazing. I just feel the power of science. Emma, about that method you were talking about, finding footprints. Ah, finally, my expert knowledge in forensics is needed. Yes, well, can you detect any trace of even partial footprints? Leave it to me. Cutting-edge detection kit can find anything. Very well, if you could please analyze the footprints in this area. Stand back. Now witness the power of science at work. Hey, I found something. Look right there. I don't see anything. Oh, that's right. Here, put these special glasses on, Mr. Edgeworth. These footprints were definitely left by the Badger's costume. By judging the way the footprints are layered, those seem to be the newest.
Then we can conclude that the victim was definitely wearing a costume at the time.
Okay, in that case, I'll update the little thief simulation parameters. I can't wait to see what we find from this new info. Investigation complete. So the victim was wearing a costume when he died. And with that, we should be one step closer to the truth, right?
The recreation has changed in accordance with the new information.
We may be closer, but now something else has caught my attention. What do you want? Your testimony, naturally. I'd like to hear it one more time, if you please. I came to the stadium for a short break. As we were resting, I happened to glance over and saw two men facing each other in that area. Suddenly, there was a loud gunshot, and the person who was shot fell to the ground. It was a very terrifying experience, let me tell you. So what does this mean? Miss Oldbag's testimony has a contradiction in it, right? Yes, and I believe the best course of action is to compare it with your recreation. I see. I just knew the little thief would be a help. Now let's see if we can pull more info from Miss Oldbag and put it into the recreation. For that, I must find the first contradiction in our testimony. Okay, that's probably nothing.
Hold it!
You saw two men. Can you describe them for me? They look like your average Joes, completely uninteresting, not worth fawning over. I'm telling you. They were both boring, and I didn't even remember them, much beyond that. But did they have any special features? Anything you could recall would be very helpful. Oh my, don't tell me you're jealous of those two men. Hey, she's right. You do seem to be pretty worked over them, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm not worked up over anyone, and I'm not jealous. It's alright, Edgy Poo. Those two fowls? Fowls? Fowls. Huh. Words that I don't use anymore. Compared to a stallion like you. I thought so little of them, I lost interest the instant I laid eyes on them. Suddenly, a loud gunshot. Oh, we know now, thanks to recreation. The contradiction stands out like a giant sore thumb. Precisely. It's all becoming clear to me. Let's clear up this issue with some well-presented evidence and get this over with. Two men, how did you know the gender of the other two people involved? Seeing as the victim was wearing a costume at the time. Furthermore, I have another matter to inquire about. I'd very much like to know why you have failed to mention this costume in your testimony. Blah. I'm beginning to doubt that you really witnessed the murder at all. But I'm telling you, I really did see it. I saw it with my very own eyes. From the seat, from the second tier. The second tier, or the second tier. Hey, didn't you say I saw it right in front of you earlier? That was you, you know. Or, that was you, you know. I was using a phrase in the metaphorical sense. I see a witness still has the screws in the metaphorical sense. Because she sits in the second tier is reserved for hotshot VIPs, which is exactly where I go there now and again to take a nap. That's not good. I can't see how you could have gotten a good look from there. It's so high up. Were you able to see the victim's costume from way up there? Well, I know I saw two people. But I couldn't really tell what they looked like because they were on the stage shadow. They were in the stage shadow. My eyesight isn't what it used to be, you know. It's not in fact, it's also known as the flash shadow or make a move. But the judgment of it. That's her quirk. She just like rambles and the game takes over and just spews through it real quick, and it's pretty hard to read. Let's return to our investigation, shall we, Kay? You got it. Begin investigation. Stadium. This new silhouette is the victim in costume. The silhouette, the silhouettes can change depending on the information I put. But the little thief can recreate more than just people. So investigate away. May even find more info with which more accurate sim. Alright, sounds like a plan. Okay, that's already checked off, so that's not it. M2 or oh, Emma. This is amazing. I just feel the power of science. Thanks to you, I was able to proceed with my investigation once again. Thank you. It's nothing. I'm just glad that science and I could be of service. Pretty amazing how we can see the footprints. So, what's the secret behind that thing? Oh, you want to know? Here, you can read it from the manual. Aha, very interesting. So, if I do this, I can avoid leaving footprints. I don't think you want her to know that. She can't seriously be trying to use information to her advantage. As a thief, wait. That's nothing. That doesn't come up as anything. Oh, I logic here? These are nearly two if I get dinged. Okay, cool. Okay, good. If that woman's testimony is to be believed, the murder occurred before the stage was broken down. Do you want me to input a little info in the little thief? Yes, if you please. Okay. Can you reverse the order? This new silhouette of the victim in costume. The silhouettes can change depending on the information I put. The little thief can recreate more than just people, so investigate away. We can even find more info to make a more accurate sim.
Alright, sounds like a plan.
I wonder why they I can't walk through that. Hey, there's a mic up there.
What kind of ninja is the Jammin' Ninja? Oh, that's gay.
What kind of ninja is the Jammin' Ninja? He's no slouch. No way. You betcha. You're the best, Jammin' Ninja. Everyone's always trying to thank you.
How is that?
Or how's that?
How is what?
You know, that would be really awesome if we put a band together. I can see it now. The great thief and a prosecutor stealing the hearts of millions around the world.
There is no instrument I can play, or the only instrument I can play is the flute and the piano.
You can play the flute while playing the piano? That's really fresh.
How many hands do you think I have? Besides,
I haven't even agreed to anything yet. So they brought up the Jammin' Ninja. He's apparently dead though. So I
Battle of the Magicians, Max Galactica versus the Troop Greymare. Oh. And tomorrow, there will be a new concert by the hip new rock band, the Gavineers.
That's a lot of references right there.
And that's either one of these stage shows interest in me in the least.
Max versus the entire troop. Oh wow. Okay. That's interesting. And the Gavineers has a special concert, which seems like that already happened, considering the guitars.
There is clearly a contradiction here. Please stop stealing my lines.
Oh, come on. That wasn't hard to see it coming, even from a layman like me.
I suppose that in any case, it's not possible for the killer to have stood here in that way.
Because there was a very real setup in this spot at the time. Yeesh, I told you, I got it. Do you feel the need to explain everything?
Yes, well, in any case, we still need to resolve this unusual situation.
Isn't that obvious? The killer was on top of the stage, naturally. Right, Miss Oldbag? Yes, I remember now. The killer was standing on top of the stage. No, he was not. Remember, he got shot in the stomach and came out the shoulder. So it's the other way around. See, now let me update the simulation. Nope. No, it's not complete. No, we're not done. Don't put it away.
Well. What do we have here? A bunch of hooligans running amok, I see. Agent Lang, how nice for you to join us.
Well, I can't have you going around messing up my crime scenes.
Agent Lang, we discovered that the real scene of the murder is here in the stadium.
I see, thanks.
For what?
I'm trying to show you my appreciation for all the time you saved me. Who knew that such a strange little toy could recreate a crime scene like that? Little thief is not a toy.
You too.
Sir. Did they just put it back together that quick?
And there you have it. You see, big boys like me don't need silly toys, little girl. Now this is a recreation. So what? Do you still intend to assert the officer Meekins as the killer?
Of course.
Even knowing that the crime took place here doesn't let him off the hook. Agent Lang's logic. This is the real scene of the crime. Officer Meekins lay in wait for the victim on top of the stage. And when the victim finally showed up, he shot him from on high. That's the truth of your little recreation showed. That's not what happened. He would have to be on the stage to get shot in the chest to come out the shoulder. We've already talked about this way before this even happened. How far will you go to accuse Officer Meekins of the murder crime? He's most likely the suspect we've got, especially given the situation with his gun. Well, even if he is the killer, at least my recreation was on the mark. You see, thank you for understanding, my little crow girl. I'm not some common crow. I am the Atagrasu, the Raven of Legend. Unfortunately, your conclusion has yet to be tested, so let's see how well it holds up. Officer immediately waiting for the victim on top of the stage. Should I present the victim here? Lack of blood on the body suggests the victim was killed elsewhere. Move. Cause of death. Brain finds loss of blood resulting in a gunshot wound. Entry point lower abdomen. Exit point right shoulder. I kind of want to present this, but I don't know if... I don't think the time of death would matter. Unless Meekins has a thing. Top of the stage. He was shot from the lower. I showed up, shot him from on high. Shot him on a high. No. No, because no. All right. This is probably where we present it.
Objection!
I'm terribly sorry, Agent Lang. I should have warned you that our recreation is incomplete. You cut in quite unexpectedly, after all. What is that supposed to mean? I said that the victim was shot by the killer from above, correct? I hate to break it to you, but that's not possible. Huh? Why not? Recall Mr. Deacon's body, specifically where the gunshot wounds were located. Actually, I didn't get that good of a look. Oh, well then. The bullet hole entered from Deacon in his abdominal region and exited his right shoulder. This is more consistent of the alleged shot from beneath the victim. Then, yes, our recreation had a victim being shot at from an angle above. It's a clear contradiction. You're discounting your own conclusions? No, this one point is the only flaw. This was a mistake, This was a mistaken parameter from a recreation. The stage's location, the witness location, the killer and victim's locations. Yes. Yes, the locations of the killer and victim were wrong. Ah, I get it. I see where you're trying to say. I believe the killer was the victim standing opposite of the initial thought. It was the victim on top of the stage. He was being shot by the killer. There you go. Wouldn't he be a little closer though? If this is what happened, it explained the positioning of the gunshot wounds. But then what about the footprints? Since the footprints don't lie, we can assume that the killer also wore a costume. Okay, I'll try using that data instead. Judging the fact that both the killer and the victim were wearing costumes, I'd like to say it was a killing between the two kidnappers. What would be the most natural conclusion? Wouldn't you agree, Agent Lang? Well done, Mr. Prosecutor. But that alone doesn't clear Officer Meekins of the crime. Another bit of proof. I ask you, take another good look at the tire marks over there. 3 marks indicated the Blue Badger mobile. That story that Officer Meekins told you at the shop on the wheels of getting stolen was just a lie. He drove the Blue Badger mobile here and committed the murder. Then he used the car to move the body in the garage in the Wild West area. You believe he moved the body with the car? That's right, Officer Meekins himself, who pointed us to that way he did it. The 3-tire tread mark is very telling, however. It's the Blue Badger mobile that's nearly capable of creating such a pattern. He drove the Blue Badger and committed the murder. And then he used the car to move the body to the garage.
Objection!
Agent Lang, about this piece of evidence.
Knuckle back!
Lang Z says, confidence like a soul and the words without confidence are empty shells. You wouldn't waste your own breath in the words you have no confidence in, Mr. Prosecutor. Although it's just as bad as saying something in full confidence and be wrong. Are you trying to let him lecture you about your self-confidence like that? I don't need an overflowing self-confidence. I just need to think rationally. After all, I only need to be confident in the facts. Besides the Blue Badger mobile, there are other ways the body could have been moved.
Not so fast!
Recall what the Wild S area looked like. Only the Blue Badger mobile and Mr. Deacon's body were in the garage. I'd say that's proof. I suppose if one were to look in that case, that would be the only logical conclusion. However, in my experience tells me the truth is usually not easily found. There is some sort of problem with Agent Lang's statement with regards to that scene.
Looks like the only thing that the car was selling was death, not dreams.
Only if Agent Lang believes it turns out to be true. The three-line tread marks are very telling, however. Is this the Blue Badger's mobile, the only thing capable of creating such a pattern?
I don't know. Maybe. It'd be the Blue Badger mobile.
Objection!
Sorry, Agent Lang, but that's impossible, Tail. And why's that? Those tire marks should have not been left by Officer Meekins in the Blue Badger mobile. One look at the car would have told you so. What proves the Blue Badger's mobile is never left?
Take that!
Take a good look at the tires. Not a single dollop of mud is found on it.
Yeah.
If this car had come back stage area and left those tire mark tracks, then the lack of mud on these tires stands out as very peculiar indeed. Then how do you explain the tire tracks, genius?
Hey, I got it. What about Miss Old Bag's pink Badger mobile?
Don't be ridiculous. I was sleeping the entire time in the second tier seats. Indeed, I believe we can rule out at least someone related to the crime. However, there is yet one more roving store, as I recall.
Oh, you mean the Proto Badger?
And that's where the car marks are. That's right. And there are one more parking space inside that garage. And it proves the existence of the Proto Badger mobile. Agent Lang, I suggest you find this Proto Badger mobile post-haste. There must still be some sort of incriminating evidence in it.
Yeah.
Hey, did you hear something?
Well,
That's a kid? Yeah, he's got the ears. Help me. Are you all right? Well, this is something. Looks like we found our kidnapper victim. Where were you all this time?
Wild West with the kidnappers.
He was in the room next to the one I was held in.
Ran away using underground and got lost. The kidnappers.
What is it? I can't understand what you're trying to say.
The kidnappers escaped wearing costumes. Did you see the faces of
your kidnappers?
No, I didn't see their faces. But two. One was a woman.
A woman?
Quite important piece of testimony.
Hey, what are you guys doing? Stop standing there and get your cops on this already. I'll even let you guys have what the kid said just now. Consider it as a gift. Oh, that little thing is part of his glasses. Oh, I thought he just had a scar on his face, and I didn't even realize. That is an odd pair of glasses. Yeah, he does have, okay. Now, are you trying to get... Now, are you going to get out of my crime scene, or are you going to get rough? Again? You're nothing but a big bully. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. Or, come on, Mr. Edgeworth, let's go. Oh, not you. You're very important. Witness for my case. I'm not about to let you go that easily. Don't count me on me to testify, because I won't. Not for you. That's right. I won't either. You hear me? You youngin' whippersnapper. Hey, calm down. There's no need for us to need all this hostility. I just won't take the statement. I just want to take a statement from each of you. I'm not going to be rough. Either of you. I'll give you my word. Come on, fair maidens. What do you say? Will you cooperate? Fair maidens. My, you little rascal, you sure know your way to a woman's heart. Bagzi says, the passage of time is a fleeting moment, and the lady is young forever. You're trying to outdo Edgy Poo with your fancy schmancy sayings. Let's get this over with. So we're clear. I'm only interested in giving you my statement. Sure, just as soon as Mr. Prosecutor leaves us be. Mr. Edgeworth. To be continued. Wild West area. Looks like we got the boot again. With that safe, the focus of the investigation will shift solely onto the murder. You mean the infighting between the kidnappers? Yes, and also identify the remaining kidnapper. Miles, my boy. Tell me, is it true? Tell me you really found my boy? Yes, Mr. Amano. We found him earlier in the stadium. Then my little Lance is unhurt? He's not exactly a picture of perfect health, but his life is not in danger. He's being questioned right now by Agent Lang. Poor Lance. He must have been horrible for him. Locked up like a sob. Can I talk to the cat? Hey, I got you now, vile criminals. I like to think the kidnappers would be better sense to try hiding in these. Oh, come on, lighten up, will you? I was already joking. I don't really think that criminals would be hiding here in front of two officers. I certainly hope not. I thought they were going to mention the cat. They did not. Huh. No interaction at all, huh? So this must be the Blue Badger Magil that Officer Meekins was driving. He said it was stolen, didn't he? Don't tell me that you were the one who stole it. What the heck are you talking about? I don't even have a license. It's illegal to drive without a license. A great thief doesn't break the law. This little girl has a very odd understanding of the word law. Yeah, I know. Like, where does this go? Oh, I'm just gonna hang out and look at stuff. Are the Boo Badgers here too? Are you definitely allergic to him or something? It's not that. It's more like a half smile on his face. It's really unsettling. She's disturbed by the half smile. I'm more disturbed by its movements on how it managed to obstruct the investigation. This man suspiciously looks like the precinct. Look at that lovely smile on the Blue Badger's face. Oh, look at me. I'm so... it's looking at me. Make it stop. It's scary. Alright, dear. You want to know something? I was the one who created the Blue Badger. I thought it was... See? Look at his eyes. Don't they look like Daddy's? It's scary. It's scary because they look like yours, Daddy. Oh, God. Well, that was rather depressing. I think I'd better leave the two of them alone. Oh. Found it. Huh. Okay. They say that couples cross the bridge together will find happiness. Or so the Gatewater land pamphlet says. But you think they'll already be happy because they're able to come together. Logistics aside, I wonder who came up with this tale and when. This bridge doesn't look old enough to be the stuff of legends. Well, some things are better left uninvestigated. Don't you think? The ignorance is bliss. That's funny. Phoenix and Maya and Pearls are just hanging out. That's great. You think they were but a hotel. Now they have their own safari park attraction. Talk about a veritable ghoulish of rides and attraction. With so many of them, you think they would have a ninja house. One of those buildings with a zillion secret places to hide in. Those are fun. Well, they don't. Hey, how can you be so sure? Oh, I know. I bet they really do have one, but it's hidden in a real ninja fashion. Come on out, Ninja House. I know you're around here, somewhere. A hidden ninja house? Next you'll be looking for a false pirate ship. So Master Chief, they say he created in the first game, they said Gumshoe made the Blue Badger. So I wonder why they changed that. It could have been a mistranslation, maybe. That could be possible. Who knows? Who freaking knows? It's not really that big of a deal. He loves me. He loves me not. He loves me. He loves me not. Oh, that's the 12th one. No, I can't give up, Lauren. Just one more try. Excuse me, but I can't help to be a bit sorry for all the flowers you've gone through. I suppose if they were me, then blush. I believe you said that you were Lance's girlfriend when we first met, correct? Yes, I am, but oh, it's not like we both think of each other as lovers. But he did give me this ring. And I guess they're not just friends either. It's a nice ring poppet, don't you think? I mean, because look at the ordinary ring. And then I lick it. It's a ring pop. It tastes so sweet when you lick it. It's so wonderful. You mean to tell me he gave you a lollipop ring?
You damn right he did. You damn right he did. Which is funny because you'd think he'd have a bunch of money just from his dad or whatever to get her an actual ring. So which is it? Have you guys not decided you're going out, or is it just one-sided?
Decided? Shouldn't the parties be involved naturally just know?
My father used to work for Mr. Romano. And so Lance and I grew up together. Gasp. I said it out loud.
I don't see how anything would be embarrassed about. Your father was an employee in Mr. Romano's group? What did he do?
I heard his job was to fly around the world. On a Pegasus.
Pegasus?
Oh, Pegasus was the name of the airlines the airline belonged to the company. You had me there. You had me there for a second. But now it's all changed. My father, he isn't around anymore.
Oh, I see.
About 10 years ago, he rode a Pegasus off to somewhere, and he never returned.
Riding the Pegasus to whereabouts unknown sounds like legal stuff are made of.
Or no, not. Oops. But it's been so long, I don't think he'd recognize him if we were ever to meet again. I'm so sorry, Lauren. But I won't give in to sadness. I have to live, yes. Lauren, live.
About the case. About this incident.
Isn't the kind of kidnapping over and dealt with? I've been here the whole time, and I'm afraid I don't know much about any other incident.
How did you come to know Lance and had been kidnapped?
Oh, that's because of my woman's intuition.
You base everything on that?
Everything I know when it comes to my Lance. It's really strange. It really must be destiny. She started fantasizing again.
Lance. Miles, my boy. I can't thank you enough. It was nothing. I am still in shock over what happened to Oliver. But I have to say, I am relieved that Lance is alright.
Oh, that's right. I must not forget to pass on Lance as soon as the police are finished with him.
A letter.
Dear Lance Romano, may I come see you again? Your beloved Viola. Viola. That name sounds familiar.
A letter.
Ah, by the way, Lance, being chased after a woman reminds me of someone I know. I almost can't believe he received yet another love letter, you know? Here, take a look at it for yourself.
Isn't that a breach of confidentiality?
Tenderlender Company. That's not legible. Dear Lance Romano, may I come see you again? Your beloved Viola. Viola sounds familiar. It's not that girl from the what? No, that.
It's a very simple love letter.
Oh hey. Or, oh hey. Let me see. That's really weird. It's from a loan company, Tenderlender. Looks like they're in a collection bill to me. Can I examine it and look at the back of it?
So what are you going to do now, Mr. Edgeworth? We already established that there's a good chance that the killer is the other kidnapper. It's my duty to figure out who this other person is. I believe there is one location that might hold a clue. Or two. Ooh. The obvious location is the kidnapper's hideout. But we're still not allowed in, remember? Agent Lang and his men should be done with this area. If that's the case, then there's no harm in asking an officer over there to let us in. Alright, well, before we do that... Okay. Oh, where's my evidence list? There we go. You cannot spin it around or anything. Oh, that's kind of weird. What do you have to report? Sir, nothing unusual. Or out of the ordinary, sir. Where have I heard such redundancy before? Is it possible for you to let us take a look inside? Sir, roger, sir. That was surprisingly hassle-free. Are you certain? Didn't Agent Lang order you not to allow me in? Sir, that's true, sir, but... Detective Gumshoe asked me personally to let you in, sir. And I wouldn't refuse a request from him. Wow, it looks like Detective Gumshoe has the following. Yeah, it kind of bums me out that they make him seem so dumb sometimes. Like, but why? Like, because they don't show us him being like a dumb, bumbling idiot. But yet they say he is. So it's like, okay. I guess I'll take your word for it, but sure. Furthermore, or that's the officer. Furthermore, I was giving the document to you, sir. What is this? The man in the picture, isn't that Mr. Oliver Deacon? Huh, oh, okay. Whereabouts is unknown after his escape from the Pen Dent prison. Stole a gun from the guard during his escape. We thought he'd head for where his wife and sole daughter are, but despite our surveillance, he has yet to show up. Okay. The man in this picture, isn't that Mr. Oliver Deacon? But his name says Colin Devereux. I hope I'm saying that right. I don't know. That is the same name as the one in the back of the pendant. It appears that Colin Devereux was his real name, was it? He is convicted in a case 10 years ago and sent to prison. What? Then what was he doing here? Apparently he broke out of jail and then just vanished. He must have became Oliver Deacon to cover up the fact that he was escaped felon. Now I'm not sure what's going on anymore. Oh, that was her, darn it. Is there some sort of link between the victim's past and this current case? The police documents are rather detailed. I should take the time to give it through a read eventually. Nope, we already did it. Don't need to. It's fine. Let us focus on one thing at a time. Starting the kidnapper's hideout. Yeah, I agree. We should investigate it first. Think later. More than thinking things through. Should try remembering things first. Oh, I was saying, man, I gotta stop doing that. Now then, if you could please unlock the door, officer. It was locked up until a little while ago, but since then the door's been wide open, sir. I'm not sure I follow. What are you saying? Care to explain in more detail? Sir, the door was locked down tight when they went to check the room. So they got about 10 officers to help break down the door, sir. I see. I guess that means Agent Lang's leftover. I guess that means that Agent Lang's leftovers. Well, let's see what we can find. So this is where the kidnaps planned their foul deed. While you were tied up in the next room door. Hee hee. Okay, please, you must bring that up again. Now then, down to business. There might be still some clues left in this room. Let's try to find out what we can do for the other kidnapper's identity. Oh, they have barrels like these just outside. Yes, and? Well, I know already when you asked, we're out there, but if these are real, what would you put in them? There's an expectant gleam in her eyes about to dash. Watch out, Mr. Edgeworth. It's a broken mirror. It's a broken mirror. It probably came from the haunted house. Why is this here? Are they planning to repair it? Unused folding chairs lean against the wall in their folded state. However, lined up these did perfectly there, not even a single hair off. I'd have a bad feeling these because I feel bad using these because it'd be like stealing the perfection way. I suspect more like you wouldn't want to be the one to put it away. A sign advertising the photo rally, something I have absolutely no interest in. Yeah, but I do. I'm going to get my hands on the rest of the Badger family, you'll see. She definitely brings a decidedly different atmosphere to the criminal investigation. I won't rest until I find every suspicious nook and cranny. A poster of the gate ladder lay stuck up on this wall. Intrigue, fun, prestige, Gatewater Land has it all. and it's waiting for you. It's not especially catchy, is it? Alright, I'll do the key last, because that's probably the obvious. Cheap styrofoam cups. It looks like only 3 cups were used. So, one of them was a female, and then 2. So, we know one of them was Colin / Oliver. Folding chairs, and looks of it, they were probably used by the kidnappers. And there were 3 chairs set around the table. Okay. Tea time. I wonder what this key is to. You got me. It reminds me of the key we found in the other room. That's it. This must be a key for one of those trapdoors. That wasn't a trapdoor. You only call it one because you quite literally jumped into it. Hey, but isn't that what you're supposed to do when you see one? I'm not having this conversation with you. Okay, the key didn't actually do anything. Interesting. So I can only imagine we logic the 2 together. 3 cups, 3 chairs. There weren't 2 kidnappers, there were 3. The common denominator between the cups and the folding chairs is the number 3. Speaking of which, the number of missing costumes is also 3. Wait, but I thought there were only 2 kidnappers. Indeed, something isn't adding up. Literally. It's possible the 3rd kidnapper that Lance didn't see. Or Lance was the 3rd one. Beyond the store. Is the kidnapper held? Were the kidnapper held after getting the jump on you? You must keep reminding me. But this is where the room I got to see your awesome mwah face. You didn't need to remind me of that mortifying moment either. This must be where they dispose all the old worn out costumes. That and so sad. It would seem that they would throw their costumes away in pieces. Okay, can I do anything with that? Hey, there's a trapdoor in this room too. It's not a trapdoor, it's an entrance to the underground passage cave. I know that. The door leading to the outside world was locked. So Lance must have escaped in his prison through here. And I can't do nothing about it. Alright. And do I have just one logic right now? Yes, okay. Oh, there's something here. What do we have here? It looks like a sword, but it's broken. Or it looks like a sword, a broken sword. Strange. Why would it be broken like that? Swords usually don't break on their own. That's true. Alright then, let us think about it this way. Maybe it broke when someone was trying to use it on something. Maybe your head? My hypothesis aren't going to get us anywhere. Perhaps I should think about it more on this later. Broken sword prop. This door is thoroughly broken thanks to the police who forced it open. The doorknob handle thingy looks pretty beat up. I suppose that's what happens when 10 officers break their way through with brute force. Hey, that's odd. The lock seems completely fine. Look, not a single dent. Well, how's that possible? After what the officer told us. Yeah, if the lock had been used when the door was busted down, then the lock itself should be completely wrecked. So the lock on the door leading to the outside is undamaged. How can that be? Oh yeah, barrels like just outside. SN 30 SUs. Okay, this is the same. Oh, that's interesting. That's the exact same. Huh. The panel hid in the entrance in the underground is probably wide open. Be careful where you step, Kay. Only if I fell into what after happening once, you know. Okay. So he probably used the sword on the door. Yes. It's pretty strange that the police forced their way into an unlocked room. Look at this pristine door lock, and anyone that can see that is not in use at the time. But the policeman outside said it took 10 men to get it open. The door was locked tight despite being not locked at all. It can only be because of this. What do you mean? Yes, it was used to jam the door. Here, take a look at the door handle. As you can see, the handle is completely destroyed. So that's how the sword broke. I thought it'd be clear to uncover the true identity of the kidnappers. But instead, I've only uncovered more questions they need to be answered. Oh shit. Ah! What is it? Well, Mr. Edgeworth, am I correct? What are you doing suddenly popped out of the secret entrance like that? This underground passage is used by staff members, sir. We badgers make use of it in our duties. Look, why don't you get out of here first, and then we'll talk, okay? I beg your pardon, miss. Where'd Badger get? Alright, I only have one more to go. What are you getting all excited about? Ah, did you forget? The photo rally, duh. See? Now look, all I have to do is get this picture of the bad badger and then I'm done. Ah, yes, I vaguely recall a contest or something of the sort. What the? It's gone. Where did it go? What happened? What's wrong? A bad badger costume still missing, sir. Oh, is that all? Well, it's missing because the kidnapper stole it. I heard about how they were stolen. But they said only 3 costumes had been taken. What? Is he saying that more than 3 of them are gone? Well, what costume is in that bin? Because if they had to re-steal a bad badger. I don't know. Mr. Proto Badger, please tell me a little more about these costumes in use. What do you mean that the badger costume is missing? Well, I just said, sir. There's one bad badger of sort. Counting the spares, we have 2 of each costume on hands at all times. Okay, because one of them are walking around in the park. The other should be in that room. Actually, both of them should be in that room. Huh? What do you mean? Normally, we don't get to use the bad badger costume. In fact, you only want to use them during certain events or at a set time of each day. Why is he in a fighting pose? It's strange where the bad badger wreaks havoc around the park. And the other badges must be work together to apprehend him. I'm speechless. It's just a show exists. Well, sir, I'm just trying to explain to you only the time we use that costume. Then it doesn't make it near impossible. Or doesn't it make near impossible to take a picture of the bad badger? Personally, I can't believe that this is close to the showtime, and there's no costume. Oh dear, what am I supposed to do, sir? This basically means the kidnapper stole 4 costumes in total. Then are you saying that there are 4 kidnappers? No, I don't think it's very likely. Oh. Recall the costumes for a minute. The stolen ones, you mean? What proves that a 4th kidnapper does not exist? Would it be this?
Take that!
If you had 4 people and then had wanted to steal a 4th costume, you wouldn't naturally go for the full set and steal a pink badger costume instead. Yeah, that makes sense. And yet the kidnappers decided to steal another bad badger. I believe that the culprits needed 2 bad badgers costumes, but the question is why? Was the one guy the bad badger? And I make it seem like he wasn't gone. The second bad badger costume, I believe it may be closer at hand than we think. What do you mean? That costume in the trash. Wouldn't you say wearing some very telltale pants? Right. Let's get out there and take a look. As I expected, the bad badger costume. Well, minus the head. Minus the head. Look, its hands hurt. It looks more like, it looks more like something was ripped off in it. I wonder why the bad badger costume right hand is torn up like that. Maybe the flesh wound from a fight with the blue badger. I always knew that the blue badger was the ferocious beast. I somehow doubt that even the real badgers are bloodthirsty as that gay. Unused folding chairs lean against the wall in their folded state. The ones over there at the table probably came from the stack. There are 3 folding chairs over on the side. I can't say that they're arranged nearly as nicely as their siblings to the right. You think so? I think it's just fine, like a bunch of used chairs ought to be. I'm beginning to think that you must keep most of the chaotic room. Hey, don't slander and sigh at me all the time in one shot. Is this spot somehow connected to any sort of evidence I hold?
Eureka!
Eureka! I believe that what we have here is an inconsistency. Between what? Look carefully. Our costume is not holding something in his right hand that it should be. Oh, the gun. Precisely. The badger was designed to always hold a gun in his hand. However, you there. Did you remove the gun from this bad badger's right hand? No, I did not, sir. The gun is supposed to be securely attached to the costume. As I thought. The rip itself confirms my hypothesis that the gun was horribly or forcibly removed. Mr. Proto Badger, is the gun, of course, not a functioning weapon, correct? Absolutely not, sir. It's just a model gun. However, it can fire blanks. We need them for the stage show. It seems like our kidnappers also had a need for the model gun, my dear costume friend. Investigation complete. I think we're about done with this room. So what next? Well, we found a few answers, but there's still a few things that we have to ask a certain person about. Let's go, Kay. Who is in that badger costume? Mr. Edgeworth, sir. We've got to hurry. Come on. What is it, detective? They found the blue badger costume down in front of the main gate, sir. What? Isn't that one of the kidnappers was wearing? Bingo. That's why you gotta come to the main gate with me right now. If we hurry, we still might be able to get there before Wolf Boy does, sir. Alright, let's make haste to the main gate. To be continued. All right. I will be right back, guys. Go out, get a stretch, get some popcorn, whatever you need to enjoy the show. Pet your cat. I'll be right back. The green screen, the top hairs look a little weird. Because it couldn't naturally cut out like the green screen it looked like. Alright. Where's the costume, Detective Gumshoe? Just on the other side of this fountain, sir. It was out here in the open all along. No, it wasn't. Was out here in all... Oh, that was okay. Was it out here in the open all along? No. No, it was discovered in the tall grass back there. We moved it out in order to examine more thoroughly. Then let's get down to it. This headpiece, this must be the Blue Badger's officer Meekins crossed paths with. Oh, the nerve of someone throwing the Blue Badger away like this. I worked so hard to create this character. It's like my baby. See, and then here's the inconsistency. Didn't they just say the chief created the character? And then here's Gumshoe creating the character? I guess maybe you could say he did the proto one, maybe. Who knows? How could someone do this, sir? How? Detective. How about channeling your anger towards finding the culprits? Good idea. Oh, wait until we get my hands on. So, who are they, Mr. Edgeworth? Why don't you figure it out yourself for a change? The Blue Badger's body section. What a waste. How so? Go through all the trouble to steal the costume only to throw it away in the end. A real thief wouldn't do such a thing. Nope, no way. I wouldn't think a real thief would steal something so gaudy to begin with. What do we have here? Oh, it's another pendant. That's 2 treasures in one day. How lucky is that? And hey, it's pretty baby, made of platinum silver too. Another pendant on top of the one found on Mr. Deacon. Is it possible these two? Hold it right there! Hands off, Mr. Prosecutor. You sure know how to cross the line, don't? Ugh. A pendant, huh? A very decisive piece of evidence. How can you tell? Look here, read what you see. Ooh. Lauren. Hey, that's the name engraved in this. Or Lauren. Hey, that's the name engraved in this. Aha. We have you now, Miss Kidnapper. No, you don't understand. Lolly? I can't believe you're one of my kidnappers. Lance. You're kidding me. Miss Pops was one of the kidnappers? Yes. It was me. I held Lance hostage. So Miss Pops is one of the kidnappers. But even knowing that, I can't call this case solved. But knowing that, I can't call this case solved or over. Hey guys, case solved, case closed. Get the car ready. And I mean the special one for this young lady.
Hold it!
You again, Mr. Prosecutor? What is it this time? Are you proposing that Miss Pops is also the culprit in the murder case? What happened? I thought Officer Meekins was your suspect. We found it. Found what? That officer's gun literally dropped in the middle of a thick patch of grass. Your country's police are a sham. Just look at how careless they are. Who are you calling a sham? The officer's gun didn't show signs of having been fired, so it can't be the murder weapon. So Officer Meekins has been cleared of all charges, I see. And that's when a brand new suspect comes walking into the scene. The murder only happened because the kidnappers started fighting among themselves. As I recall, it was you that said that, right, Mr. Prosecutor? But there is still a third person. Miss Pops, did you really kill Mr. Deacon? Yes, I killed him. I can't believe it. Thanks for the confession.
Objection!
Agent Lang, isn't it too early to declare this case closed? Look at you, you're so sure of yourself. We got the corporate's own confession and some very incriminating evidence. And what more could you ask for? Miss Lauren Pops. Yes. What I want to hear from you. Tell me your side of all that happened from today, from the kidnapping to the murder. But why? I'm the kidnapper and the killer. Isn't that enough? Why she don't cut her hair? It's fine, you're the one behind everything. But only if that is the truth. Now then, will you tell us the truth? Or is there some reason why you can't? I've had a change of heart. I think I enjoy seeing you sulk away as I lose in mutt. Alright, you hear me. Let's hear about this. All evil deeds you committed today. The one who came up with the kidnapping plan was the butler, Mr. Deacon. We knew that he could get rich by holding Lance hostage. Mr. Romano would pay anything to get his son back after all. Anything according to plan, but as soon as we got the money, Mr. Deacon turned on me and tried to kill me. There, are you satisfied? She just confessed to her crimes a second time. At least you have the guts to admit that you've done. I can at least respect that much. Mr. or Mrs. Pops, is what you said really the truth? Yes, it is. If that's the truth, then it isn't certainly the whole truth. Because there's something that seems a bit too improbable in her confession.
Hold it!
Why do you think he did? I have no idea. But maybe he had planned on doing so from the very beginning. Miss Pops. Wait, Mr. Deacon planned to kill Miss Pulps from the very beginning? Was that ever likely to happen? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? I'm sorry, but I don't think what you just claimed is all that likely. Huh? I don't think Mr. Deacon would have ever been capable of killing you. But why? We are total strangers. It's not common.
Hold it!
Oh, darn it. Miss Pulps, you are really clueless, aren't you? What do you mean? You never knew what your role in the kidnapping was, nor did you really know who you really are. But I do. I can show you this piece of evidence. This proves that Mr. Deacon would have not been able to bring himself to kill Miss Pulps.
Take that!
Why are you showing this to me? So what about the pendant? This horse pendant, along with this piece of evidence, shows who you really are.
Take that!
These two pendants resemble each other, wouldn't you agree? Hey, you're right. They're the same color, and they even made of the same material. I believe that these two pendants are actually one. Shall we give it a try? Wow, it's totally a Pegasus. But why? Why does this pendant match up with Mr. Deacon's? You're a smart lady. I'm sure you can imagine why that might be. Why, no, that can't be. So these two make a set. Just another trinket. It's not as though this changes anything. You lack imagination, Angel Lang. Very well. I'll show you with this evidence. This piece of evidence that gives the meaning to the Pegasus pendant.
Take that!
Oliver Deacon was just an alias for this man. His real name was Colin Deveray. I hope I'm saying that right. That name is etched in the horse pendant. What? An alias? I suppose he had to hide the fact that he was a felon somehow in order to live. It makes sense given what is written in the Deveray's dossier. But what I wanted to point out was this. Oh, darn it. Wife and sole daughter are...
Take that!
Mr. Deverett had one daughter, and her name was Lauren Pulps. That's a lie. That person was not my father. He couldn't have come to tell you he was your father because he was in hiding. However, I believe that he was trying secretly to watch over you. Do you still believe that a man like that could kill the daughter he was separated from? Or even such a man that would allow his daughter to get involved with a kidnapping plot?
Not so fast!
Not so fast! What's so funny, Agent Lang? You're good at making things up in your head and deciding the truth, aren't you? What are you trying to say? You're thinking much, too innocent. After all, I thought another possibility. Is that so? Well, let's hear it. Another possibility. I'll grant you that the two of them are father and daughter. But isn't it possible that both of them knew that fact? It is no coincidence that the reunited pair became involved in the house of Alano. And the two of them made good of their meeting to plan this little kidnapping. Wouldn't you say that the scenario is perfectly probable as well? So in his version of how things might have been. You don't have any proof that either one didn't know of their true relationship, right? You mean knowingly committed the kidnapping as the father and daughter? That's right. As one rotten family, or one really rotten family. Is that what really what happened? I'd better take a long, hard look at the evidence. Okay.
Objection!
This kidnapping wasn't planned just by two people alone. And what kind of proof do you have? What kind of proof do you have of that? Quite simply, there were 3 kidnappers. 3? Some of the fighting pose. Full costumes were stolen from the Wild Wild West area's back room. We found one of them in the kidnapper's hideout. But as for the other 3, we can assume they were being worn by 3 different people. We also found 3 sets of cups and 3 folding chairs that were used in the hideout. All clearly pointing to 3-man group. And I believe that the third person is the real mastermind behind the kidnapping. Who was this mastermind? I present to you the brains behind the kidnapping. It comes you. You did it. They still have old bag as question mark. That's funny. How about Lance?
Take that!
Lance Amano? Yes, this abduction was in fact schemed up by Lance himself. Recall what you said when he appeared before us. Did you see the faces of your kidnappers? No, I didn't see their faces. But 2. One of them was a woman. However, there were 3 kidnappers, in which direct contradiction in what he said. But I only knew 2 people. I only saw 2 people. This guy was being held hostage. Is it possible he couldn't see all 3 of them? Yes. About being held. I have my doubts about what happened then. Lance, would you mind telling us what happened while you were being held captive? Really? I don't remember much anymore, honest. But if I didn't tell you at least something, you won't believe me at all, will you? I was kidnapped yesterday morning. They had me shut in that room, blindfolded the entire time. But the kidnapper suddenly disappeared around the time I heard rain falling outside. My hands were cuffed, but it was a stroke of luck that they left me alone. I made my escape and ran away from that room fast as I could. Through the underground passageway, I presume. Are you okay? Buster Wolf? Sorry. Sorry, I really didn't want to recall that horrible ordeal, but now you believe me, right? No, not quite yet. Ah, how could you not? Why do you look at me with icy daggers in your eyes? Because he's a prosecutor. And because they're all like that. I'll have you know, Agent Lang, a prosecutor's eyes are for discerning the truth. And should they interrupt the cruel times, then so be it. There is a sticking point in Lan's testimony. Let's see what he offers up when I push a little.
Hold it!
How did you manage to escape? I just wanted to get out there, but the door leading to the outside was locked. Which is why I had to use the underground passage to make my escape. I remember our escape had to be equally as hard. This is an invaluable piece of testimony. I mustn't let this go unexamined. The door was leading outside was locked tight, so I had to use the underground passageway.
Objection!
So you say that door leading outside was locked, but was it really? Were you talking about the room behind the saloon front door, right? Look, I've heard it took quite a few men to get the thing open, right? Sheena? Am I saying that right? I don't know. Is that second H silent? If so, I'm not even sure how to pronounce that. Nah? I don't know. Yes, that is correct. Then take a look at this. What is that, a sword? It's not especially reliable one if it's broken like that. Allow me to start from my end. My conclusion is the door was never locked. It was simply held shut by the sword, which was used to jam the handle. Lance, even though your hands were cuffed, you could still use them. If that were the case, then why did you not just simply remove the sword and escape? Why didn't I? I was disoriented. Yes, that's it. I didn't notice it. As I should accept, such as a old-faced lie. You locked that room yourself, or you locked yourself in that room because you had to make yourself look like the victim. But you did not. In fact, you possessed the key to that door. The fact is why you used the prop sword to improvise and create a prison of your own, very own.
Knuckle back!
You've been making this guy out to be one of the kidnappers for some time now. I wonder if you've forgotten something very important along the way. And what would that be? A motive, what else? Do you honestly think that an upright, pure boy like him would be able to hatch up a completely pointless scheme such as kidnapping himself?
Objection!
I mean, it's probably not that hard. This proves that Lance did indeed have a motive to commit this crime. Would it be... Ooh. Yeah, Viola. Who's Viola?
Take that!
To put it simply, Lance has a very urgent need for money. It's hardly a typical love letter. In fact, it's a collections bill. It appears that our upstanding boy has accumulated quite a bit of debt. Isn't that right, Lance? They came off. Oh. Looks like hard being the son of a rich man, too. It must be rough when you have to resort to stealing from your own old man, huh? Alright, I give up. I abducted myself. Lance! It's over, Lolly. In this life, we were really bond to our fates after all. All I wanted was to go with you to a new town, somewhere where no one would know us. I wanted to be well off with that 1 million, but now that dream is over. Oh, Lance. Then you're giving yourself up? Yes, I have planned to run away from this world with my Lolly. Oliver even helped us plan that, but then he had to go and stab us in the back. He turned on you? Maybe he didn't want to split with the ransom money. That's my guess. It happened almost right after you made that drop off. When we were alone, he attacked me all of a sudden. After a brief struggle, I was able to contain him and keep him under control. We left him inside that room as Lolly made our escape. We wore different costumes and split up. Lolly left first in the Blue Badger costume. That would mean the person... Oh, and that would mean the person also reconciled was Miss Pops. But then, the old man just had to wake up. I was Claris, and he tackled me pretty hard from behind. Then Oliver put the Bad Badger costume. Took the suitcase with $1 million and ran. I contacted Lolly right away and warned her that he had a gun. They had no idea that they were related, so I thought that it could only end badly. I still don't believe it. That person was not my father. Because if he was, I just killed my own father. Holly, then it really was you? Chain of events. That man was not my father. I mean, because at the stadium, there was a Bad Badger pulling the suitcase with a 1 million in it. But the Badger pointed the gun at me, aiming to shoot me dead. That's why I used the gun I got from Lance. There was a gunshot and the other person crumpled into the ground, and I ran scared for my life. I think the big picture is finally coming into focus for us, don't you? Ollie, forgive me. I didn't think it would turn out into something so frightening. If only I could have protected you. So, Miss Pops, she shot her own dad without even knowing who he really was. if what she says is true. Are you saying she's lying? Or why would she lie about something like that? What is the purpose it would serve? You would be surprised how often people lie without even realizing it to themselves, Kay. Huh? What is it supposed to mean? What I mean is, listen very carefully to her confession once more, and you'll see. That man was not my father. I mean, because at the stadium, there's a bad badger pulling a suitcase with 1 million in it. Oh, why am I reading again?
Hold it!
Were you able to clearly see the gun? Yes, I got a very good look at it while pointing it at me. Oh, Father, why would you try to shoot me? Do you really think her father would shoot her own daughter, Mr. Edgeworth? I don't know. I don't want to believe it myself. But if it's true, my father's left arm raised with a gun on it, pointing straight at me. I'm about to die, I thought. Miss Pops. Please calm down and take a deep breath. And then allow me to hear a last statement one more time. Yes, of course. But the badger pointed the gun in his left hand at me, aiming to shoot me dead. He was right-handed, correct? That was the hand right. Oops. Oops.
Objection!
He's right-handed. I have here a dossier on your father. According from this, your father was right-handed. Then the person pointing the gun at you from the top of the stage was not Mr. Deacon.
Knuckle back!
Hold on there, Mr. Prosecutor. I think you need to take a refresher course. The Bad Badger has a model gun attached to his right hand, which is why the only hand he could have held the gun was with his left. Isn't it possible it went down like that? Agent Lang, if you were paying attention to what Miss Pops was saying, then again I suppose I can't accept someone who has never set foot in the court to catch it. Enough of your smugness. Out with it already. Miss Pops told us earlier. There was a bad badger pulling the suitcase with the 1 million in it. According to you, the bad badger had a gun in his left hand, which would mean he was pulling the suitcase with his right hand. Is that correct, Miss Pops? Yes, exactly. And I'm sure that the bad badger, it was those huge sunglasses on his face. But in that case, even if there is a huge contradiction, yes, Miss Pops claims to have a bad badger. And yet the bad badger had both of his hands full. These two pieces of information contradict each other, so it must be wrong. It wasn't the bad badger. Both hands were not occupied. Both are correct. They're both correct. Impossible. That would leave us with an irresolvable contradiction. Mrs. Pulp's entire statement rests on the fact that she saw his sunglasses and beard. But what if the Bad Badger wasn't wearing his pants on his lower half? This proves that there is a way that for the Bad Badger to freely use both hands. Do I present this one? It could be Victim's costume as well. Well, we haven't used this yet.
Take that!
The costumes have two parts on them, the head and the body. Oh, I get it now. The head that Miss Pop saw is probably really the head of the Bad Badger. However, it is not possible for the body of that entirely different badger. A different badger? Yes, or put it more bluntly, I believe that it was the lower half of this badger. The body of the Bad Badger that Miss Pop saw. Nah.
Take that!
What the heck is it? It's the Proto Badger. Yes, and it's simply a matter of the process of elimination. Mrs. Pulps was wearing the Blue Badger's costume, so we can eliminate that one. And the Pink Badger is the wrong color, which would have been incredibly obvious. All that left is the Proto Badger costume, which isn't really the same blue, but okay. Miss Pulps, who is the one who wore the Proto Badger costume? That would be Lance.
Not so fast!
Are you saying what I think you are? Lance Amano donned the Bad Badger head and pretended to be Mr. Deacon? On top of which he plotted to shoot Miss Pulps while wearing this hideous thing. The stage was set up in the stadium was nothing more than a setup. And its purpose was to lead Miss Pulps into believing she committed murder. Standing in front of Mr. Pulps and pretending to be the victim. It is all done that she would pull the trigger. I have no idea what you're talking about. Why exactly would I have done all that, huh? There is but a reason, Lance Amano. You are the real culprit behind the murder of Mr. Oliver Deacon. What? No. That is slander. Take it back. You take it back right now. Just out of curiosity, Lance. Which is your dominant hand? I'm left-handed. What does that have to do with anything? It depends, according to what Miss Paul's attacker held a gun in his left hand.
Not so fast!
Ha. What would that left hand, what would handed, ha. Who is what handed prove? Okay, let's try that again. Ha. Who is what handed doesn't prove a thing. Besides, now you're just being absurd. It's not like the Proto Badger is bulletproof. One misfire, and he would have found himself dead, right?
Objection!
Of course. Logically, if he had been shot, he probably would be here with us. But I believe he was thought as well and prepared accordingly. And should be all the evidence you need. This is how Lance made sure he wouldn't be hit by the bullet. Ooh. missing model gun? We found one half of the Badger costume in the hideout, a broken one. It was not the same as the victim was wearing, plus, it was missing something. It was missing something is the model gun, and the Bad Badger carries, which can fire blanks. What? Mrs. Pulps, where is the gun you use now? I threw it away into the sea. That makes it a bit tough to verify what it was. Although I can believe that we can safely assume that it was the model gun in question. I've heard enough. All you've been doing spouting out as far is pure conjecture. I admit, as long as the model gun is lost to us, I can't prove I'm right. However, I can say that the probability I am right is very high. Okay, let's pretend that you're right, and that the murder at the stadium was a fabrication. In that case, where do you think the murder really took place, Mr. Prosecutor? I don't know yet. Ha! I knew you're full of it. However, I do believe the murder took place during an earlier time frame. Please, wait a second. It's simply not possible. Because I saw Mr. Deakin after he was restrained by Lance. She saw the victim in the state being restrained. I came back to the hideout long after the other two. By the time I saw, Lance had already subdued and restrained Mr. Deakin. He was tied up. He tied up Mr. Deakin securely at the beam in the next room, door to room. After that, the two of us put on our costumes and made our escape. So Mr. Deakin must have escaped after the two of you left, right? We thought it would attract too much attention if we were together, so I left first. We planned to meet up again in the stadium. But then, as soon as I was walking through the park, I got a call from Lance on my cell phone. Oliver managed to escape. It looked like he was waiting until I was alone. He also stole a gun from me at that time. And then the murder happened. Mr. Deakin, Mr. Deakin must have overheard their plan to meet up at the stage. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, Miss Pulp saw the victim with her own eyes. Which means that the victim was still alive at the time, wouldn't you agree? Why does that sound wrong to me? There must be something amiss about this account. Let's see what happened when I examine it in one more detail. Was she did she actually see Mr. Edgeworth in the room being tied up? Who knows? I came back to the hideout after the other two.
Hold it!
You sure that was Mr. Deakin you saw? Yes, I'm certain of what I saw. Did you go into the other room and check? Lance said it was the best he didn't get too close to him. Lance is such a kind soul. Are you telling me that you did not confirm that it was Mr. Deakin yourself? I checked through the slit of the door that separates the two rooms. He had a Bad Badger on his head, so I'm absolutely sure that just had to be Mr. Deakin. She saw a Bad Badger on his head. The captive had a Bad Badger on his head, so I'm absolutely sure it was Mr. Deakin.
Hold it!
So you tied up Mr. So the tied up Mr. Deakin was still still in his Bad Badger costume. Yes, and it would appear she misread the whole situation. What now? Should I raise an objection? The person you saw was not the victim. What? Why not? I will tell you why not with this. This, Miss Pulps, show us the person you saw was not the victim.
Take that!
Miss Pulps, the person you saw was not Mr. Deacon at all. Huh? The person you actually saw was this person. Miles Edgeworth. It was me. Huh? The person I saw was you, Mr. Edgeworth? I always thought it was a bit odd. Why would the kidnappers abduct me after I had handed over the ransom? It was not as though I saw the face of the kidnappers. If I were them, I would have just taken the $1 million and ran. But in the end, there was no point to it at all. It was to make me look like Mr. Deacon. And if that's the reason for which I was abducted, then I believe we can assume that the victim was already dead at the time. Well, Lance, am I right? That's... You showed Miss Pops a person, namely me, with a Bad Badger head on. And then you made your costume escape together. Or so you pretended. Huh? What do you mean, pretended? Exactly that. I believe that Lance watched you escape, and then doubled back to the hideout. Probably to come to remove the Bad Badger head from my unconscious self. Ugh. And to create his fake prison with the prop sword. He escaped through via the passageway.
Not so fast!
Hold your tongue, boy. Don't get caught in the tidal weight of words coming out from Mr. Prosecutor's mouth. Tidal wave. We heard a lot coming from you, but yet you see a shred of evidence. The victim's betrayal and his subsequent detainment. All that could have been happened while you were out cold. That's right. You were out for quite a while, Mr. Prosecutor. Even if that were the case, Miss Props would have still seen me tied up to that beam. I was scared, Mr. Deacon, so I didn't go into that next room. So I've really no idea if you were in there or not, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, it would seem that you can't prove a thing. Yeah. Hold it. Who said that? Please wait. Mr. Romano. Oh, Miles, my boy. It looks like you really are giving it your all. And Lance, it's not good to cause trouble for others. Dad? Let's see, you're the one in charge of the investigation, right? Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry, my son has been nothing but trouble. This probably won't make up for anything, but have some evidence for you. Oh, do you now? Who is that guy? Is that what I think it is? It's a Bad Badger costume that the victim was wearing, and a gun. I couldn't wait around for the police, and I went and found these myself. It appeared that they were disposed of into the sea. Ugh. Is there one in this country who actually obeys the law? There. Now. Agent 9, if you please calm down. What the heck is that scrap piece of paper? This appears to be the letter from the chief of police. Please allow Mr. Romano to complete freedom to do as he sees fit, it says. What? The chief of police? What the? Who does he think he is? The person who wields the highest authority in this area. Oh, there now. There is no need to be so upset. I'm not a cop from this land, so I'm not bound to the laws of your country. Now. This wasn't meant to strong arm you into anything. It's just a request. I'm only asking you, please respect the laws of this land. Ugh. I really can't say no to that. However, returning to the topic at hand. It doesn't matter who found the evidence. Its value remains unchanged. Alright now. Let's take a look at this new evidence. I've already got the results back. At a special forensics research lab that I'm on good terms with conducted the tests. They verified the blood in the costume belonged to Oliver. As for the gun, the only fingerprints they could find was yours, Lauren.
What?
What? You disappoint me, Miles. I can't believe that you would cause my son such stress and heartache. Thank goodness I was able to find the final pieces of evidence. With this, I have no reason left to push my poor boy around. That's it. These are these case-making pieces of evidence. I'll be the judge of that. There's no okay. This bullet hole. It looks kind of burnt around the edges. Wait, those burn marks were left by the gunpowder. This is the most important fact.
Why is that?
It's because of proof that the victim was shot at point blank range. Could this gun be the actual murder weapon?
What's this? Looks like something that's inside the head costume head. Hey, that sparkle. I bet it's really valuable.
Sorry, but there's just pieces of a mirror. But why are they in here? He's probably killed in the murder house or the horror house. Well, these are not the most definite pieces of evidence you've ever seen.
Thank you, Dad. This should be enough to convince Mr. Edgeworth over there.
Make a mistake. There are fingerprints on that murderous gun. And to prove that it was Lolly who killed Oliver. But Oliver was also after Lolly's life. So Mr. Edgeworth, even you must see that Lolly was only acting in self-defense. Mm-hmm.
Oh no, this isn't helpful at all.
Look, Mr. Edgeworth, all I wanted to do is save Lolly.
No, you don't.
But in the end, all I can do is watch on as she makes the punishment for her crimes. That may be all you can do, however. I still have the case solved and a job to do. A job to unravel your insidious lie.
You wounded me. Why won't you believe me, even in the face of all this evidence?
Hold it!
Those fingerprints, are you sure they belong to Miss Bobs? There's no mistake about it. Although my connections, I had the best forensic teams money can buy performed. Fine. I find that bit peculiar. What? Are you trying to pick an argument with me? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Yes. Yes, you should. Frankly, I don't believe that Miss Pulp's prints should be on that gun to begin with. And the reason why Miss Pulp's prints should not be on the gun is...
Take that!
Simply put, it's not possible for Miss Pulps to have any prints on this murder weapon. Because while she was at this stadium, Miss Pulps was wearing a costume. Oh? But there has been no mistake we found fingerprints. Well, Miss Pulps, do you remember touching the gun at any time? Yes. As a matter of fact, I did hold it for a bit back in the hideout. I handed it off to Mr. Deacon, and when he and Lance left for the haunted house to retrieve the ransom money, I suppose. And there you have it. That's when Miss Pulp's prints found their way onto the gun. Do you understand now, Mr. Amano? The fingerprints do nothing prove that Miss Pulps is the murderer. But you still don't have anything to prove that she isn't the killer, right? You seem very adamant in insinuating that your girlfriend is a cold-blooded killer. Oh, Lance. What? No way. I'm incredibly worried about her. But that doesn't change the fact that you don't have any evidence, right? This guy. That's where you're wrong. I have evidence. What? How? The story that Miss Pulps killed the victim on the stage of the stadium. The whole affair is simply not true, because that was not a real crime scene, but a setup. This proves that the real murderer was not committed at the stadium at all.
Take that!
Let's take another good look at the costume the victim was wearing. I believe that you'll see that it insists that it was not shot at the stadium. This is the part of the costume that proves it. This one right here.
Take that!
The burn around the hole made it so the victim was shot at point-blank range. Ah, so then the murderer Miss Oldbag saw at the stadium really was... Yes, she saw two people that were separated by a distance. If the victim was indeed shot from below the stage, there shouldn't be a gunpowder burn. Look at you, Mr. Smarty Pants Prosecutor. Since you seem to know all the answers, why don't you tell us where the real crime scene is then? Lance set me up to look like Mr. Deacon back at the hideout. If that's already the case, then the murder had happened prior to that. And the location where the Lance victims were at just before I was imprisoned was the haunted house. I've got to know the real scene of the murder. The real location in which Mr. Deacon was killed is here.
Take that!
I think it's not unreasonable to assume that the murder took place in the haunted house. The haunted house? Yes, I have proof that it is highly likely where the victim was killed there. What proves that the real scene of the crime was in the haunted house?
Take that!
These were inside the costumes the costumes victim was wearing. They're fragments of a mirror. A mirror? What does that have to do with anything? Indeed, you don't expect to find pieces of a mirror inside a costume. Yeah, actually, pretty dangerous. However, there's one place I can think where there's a plethora of mirror fragments. And the haunted house. Lance Amano, I propose that you killed Mr. Deacon with the revolver in the haunted house. After that, you stole the Blue Badger's mobile to move the body to the Wild Wild West area. The timing of the Blue Badger mobile was stolen confirms this as a fact. Miles, my boy, say no more. I'm sorry, Mr. Amano, but I cannot do that.
Not so fast!
Be quiet. Yes, please do something. Stop that boy from speaking any more nonsense. Mr. Amano, correct? I meant you. Now be quiet, Gramps. Wow. How dare you? I don't need words. The only thing I require is evidence. Decisive evidence. And to call these mirrors as decisive is a bit too presumptuous, Mr. Prosecutor. What? Sheena, wasn't that mirror in the kidnapper's hideout? Yes, there was a mirror there. A mirror that's for the haunted house. Don't you see? Isn't it possible for fragments to get into the costume there? But Agent Lang, there are no fragments on the floor, so probably is very low.
Not so fast!
Probability. Like Z says, on truth's path, the word probability does not exist. The only thing that does is definitive proof. The question, Mr. Prosecutor, is, do you have the definitive proof you need? Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you? Do I have solid proof that proves the murder took place in the haunted house? The answer is no. See, since you don't have any, shut up. I don't have any evidence yet, but I am certain the murder occurred around the time I turned in the ransom over. At the time, the only people at the haunted house besides myself were Lance and Mr. Deacon. And if I can prove that the murder took place in the haunted house, then I can prove Lance's guilty connection to the murder. Why don't you guys go over and look to see if there's like a blood stain or some other kind of nonsense? What now, Mr. Edgeworth? Agent Lang, I have a special request. Yeah? I'd like to prove to you that the scene of the crime was indeed in the haunted house. Why in the world are you asking the werewolf for permission? Because I don't really have a choice if I want to find the truth. Alright, permission granted. But you're not to touch a single thing, got it? That won't be a problem. That's all important to me is the truth to be brought out to light. It doesn't matter who or how it's done, as long as it is. Sheena. I'm here. Put in the paperwork for authorization immediately. Understood. I'll go get the Gatewater Group's approval. Hold it! Who is that? Now. Let's hold on for a second. There's no need to obtain approval. Mr. Amano. Agent Lang, if you please take a look at this. What is this? Sheena. It's the deed to the haunted house. The deed? Read it out loud. Gatewater Land Inc. here bequeaths the property known as the haunted house to Mr. Amano for a lump sum of $1 million, paid in full cash. What? Ho, as you can see, I am now the legal owner of the haunted house. This looks dirty as hell. Just so you know. Are you kidding? When did you? I ran to the owner in the park earlier. We made the deal almost immediately. How quickly things move when you can prepare for $1 million to blink in an eye. That $1 million you paid. Don't tell me it was. Oh, that's right. This disgusting suitcase belongs to you, doesn't it? Do you have any more use for it? So I may have it back now. You used the ransom money? My Lance is a good boy. He even apologized for the kidnapping a bit earlier. So I believe that I will forgive him. After all, he did return the ransom money. That's the way things are, if you would please. Discuss things with me from now on. Discuss? What is there to discuss? Why, permission to enter the haunted house, of course. While we were busy listening to Lance's story, Mr. Romano was out there preempting us. Permission to search the haunted house is denied. End of discussion. Agent Lang, I want you to arrest that girl. And Miles, you should hurry on home now, my boy, before I really lose my temper. Mr. Romano's definitely has the deck stacked in his favor here. But what should I do? I leave it like this, the truth will be lost forever. No, that's dirty. That is dirty. That is dirty. 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 If I can't get permission to investigate the crime scene, then the truth will be lost. Hold it, hold it, hold it. Okay. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you doing? What are you doing? Spacing out? Have you forgotten? There's only one thing you should do at a time like this. And what is that? When people are in a bind, the hero of justice appears to save the day. Look, you just leave it to me. For I am Kay Faraday, the second great Yanagrasu. But I thought you were a thief, not a hero. The Yanagrasu is a noble, and is always the thief of justice. That's of course. If I had enough information, I could recreate the inside of the haunted house with this. Plus the factor of everyone's testimony. You can recreate exactly what happened when I dropped off the ransom money. We may be able to figure out some new information, though this is worth a try. Agent Lang. You want to use your little toy, be my guest. Okay, hang on. You're probably all about to witness the true power of the real modern day Robin Hood. Detective Gumshoe. Is there a copy of the haunted house blueprint among the police reference documents? Yeah, sure. We just got it in case we needed for the kidnapping case. Alright, input the haunted house. Alright, I'll input the haunted house detail then. What is this? Where are we? It's like we're inside the haunted house. Even if we can't expect the real location itself, the path of the truth slumbers here. If I can successfully navigate my way using logic, I'll immediately arrive to the truth. Now then, I believe I'm ready to investigate the crime scene. Okay, what should I recreate first? You haven't figured it out yet? Maybe I have, and maybe I haven't, but I'm going to make you do all the hard work. Very well. I didn't expect a moment in which I was ambushed by my abductor. The two of them definitely in this place at that time. If I can verify that I provide me with a new lead. I had just come in to the hallway after leaving the money inside the dining room. At the time, I saw the badger slumped over on the floor at the end of the hall. What is a badger doing all the way down there? Also, I thought it was strange. However, I thought it maybe was simply a mannequin that was set up for the atmosphere. Do you know which badger it was? No, it was too dark to tell, and I saw it was a silhouette. In that case, I guess a program, a badger silhouette for now. Okay, programming complete. Then I started walking to the exit. And that's when you're struck from behind, right? Yes. But that's odd. The hallway's a dead end. Did your assailant come from? There's only one location I could think of. Believe me, my assailant was lying in wait here. It's the badger, because we saw from the thing.
Take that!
That doll wasn't really a doll, in fact was a costume kidnapper. Oh, so he used the costume to perfect his camouflage to the end with the rest of the house. Precisely. He waited until I made the drop off and was about to leave. Then I just saw him take a step towards the exit. He stood and launched his attack. I can think of no better hiding place than this. Hey, not bad. I'm beginning to think I should really steal this tactic for myself. Just don't use it and do anything criminal, okay? Well, Lance. What are you asking me for? As one of the kidnappers, I figured I should give you the chance to confess first. I was one of the kidnappers, but I don't know anything. I did not come up with the haunted house, but I never set a foot inside. I left Oliver in charge of picking up the ransom money. He didn't set a foot inside. Is he telling the truth? Or is this another lie? Alright then, you're claiming that it was Mr. Deacon who assaulted me. Yes, I'm sure it was him. Okay, inputting new info. Mr. Deacon was the bad badger, right? Since the bad badger has a gun attached to his right hand, I'll have to change the weapon to his left hand. Now to verify the facts of this recreation. Can I just run around all the way down here? Oh, interesting. Okay. I remember glancing over, seeing this figure sitting here as I left the dining room. So I guess this spot is on the spot here to put my recreation. I didn't take a good look, but I'm sure there was a badger here. When you take a look around, it almost feels like more like a house of mirrors. Indeed. Or indeed, whoever heard of this many mirrors inside a haunted house before. Well, at least we know that the real crime scene thanks to these mirror shards. Hey, wait, these shards. There's something different about them. Oh. The ones found earlier are thicker shards than these mirrors from this wall. Oh, and look, there's some sort of design on the back too. The pieces from the costume are certainly different from the other mirrors. What does that mean? Could it be pieces are not pieces of these mirrors? Could be this? One of the light chart things? Pieces of set of armor are piled here. Why do you think they almost always have sets of armors inside a haunted house? I suppose this sort of interior design is meant to bring out a sense of abnormality. Why do all your explanations have to be so hard to understand, Mr. Edgeworth? I'll try explaining it again, but this time that even a thief like me can get. That may prove most difficult task. Imagine this is how he snuck up on you. That gadget of yours can even replicate people's movements. Well, I used to plan heists, so of course it's gotta be able to simulate the police. It is most definitely well made. Perhaps too well made. Maybe I should confiscate it after the investigation. Miss Pulps, by my hand I will prove your innocence in the murder of Mr. Deacon. Therefore, please do not fret. It will soon be over. Do you not trust me? Or, do you not trust me? That is... Your face is all beet red, Miss Pulps. No, I can't. I can't have Lance. Lolly. Don't tell me that you like the guy more than me. That's... Oh, why am I so pathetic? I easily swayed by even a single glance. Exactly what is she going on about? I think you have another guilty person on your hands, Mr. Edgeworth. You can't lie. You can lie all you want, but it will be for naught, Lance. As soon as I expose the truth, you'll be placed under arrest. How can you do this after all my dad has done for you? What your father has done for me is unrelated to the charges you face now. Yeah, unbelievable. You know, you sound like a bully right now, Mr. Edgeworth. If I'm not serious about this, he will never understand the true gravity of his crimes. I will not allow him to remain a child forever. Huh. Now you sound like a dad. Miles, my boy, what is the meaning of this? Do you plan to pay me back for all all I've done for you with a conviction of my son? I have not forgotten my debt to you. However, your son's crimes are a separate matter. Furthermore, I cannot ignore the truth when he's right before me. You will regret this, I promise you that. No matter the outcome, I will never regret the choices I make. Hey, your kid's bad, dude. So I've noticed anything worthwhile. I have no obligation to talk with you. Wow. Well, I'm fine with this little thief solving this case. That toy is very well made. Looks like a cell phone. Ha. That's because at the heart of the noble thief, Yanagrasu. K. You may not you may not be something you'll want to advertise to everyone. So, Gina, what exactly is the source of extra-dimensional space? I believe it's nothing more than a projection from a girl's toy. So it's an illusion, right? Yes. Hey, don't treat it like some sort of silly light show. Thanks for letting us use Little Thief. Or thanks for letting us use the Little Thief. Thangzi says reject not those who seek the truth. So keep in mind that I'm not going to do it for you. I'm doing it for the truth. Don't worry, I understand. We may have a little different methods, but our wish is the same. I can't believe what I'm seeing, sir. This space is standing in. It's like some sort of crazy dream. Except that isn't a dream. There's something that Kay's gadget. No, wait. This is exactly like a dream, sir. I've never been so impressed. It's a miracle. Someone sure is easily impressed. Hehe, I'm glad you like it. Oh, this is a product of your gadget? Now I wish I had one too. Well, once this is over, I'll pay you for a bit if you want. You do that for me, pal? Thanks. All right, let's wrap this case up already. It's times like these I wonder if they understand the seriousness of the situation. Yeah. Notice anything? Okay, how is the Little Thief? It's totally fine recreating time soon. That's all left is more info. But you know, I can't believe that replicating a haunted house. And then we're talking about the fate of $1 million. Pretty exciting stuff. I can't say I understand. I'm so excited about recreating a crime scene. In any case, I believe that it's very probable that the murder occurred at this place. And if I can prove that, we will finally arrive at the truth. Yeah. So what are you waiting for? Let us get investigating. Okay. It's a replica of myself. You were totally obvious for what's behind you, huh? Or was that oblivious? I'm sorry. Yes, I suppose that I am to blame for what happened to me. It's incredibly dark, which is all the more reason I should have been more alert. I vow to never be caught by surprise again. Until you are, and we're like, Edgeworth. You didn't recreate the weapon. Well, I can't recreate something I know nothing about. So tell me, what were you hit with? The attack came from behind, so I have no idea. But I doubt it was someone's bare hands. Okay. What were you hit with? I was hit with the right side of my head, just above my temple. There was a bit of blood, but it wasn't anything serious. Ouch, sounds painful. Why are you smirking like that when you say it? Oh. It's just your imagination. Now let's see. I wonder if there's anything in the hallway that could have been used as a weapon. I'm looking for something that the culprit could have used to hit you with. Should I do the stage prop? Because that sword is pretty much...
Take that!
I have it. There was indeed such an object lying here, and it's in this hallway. A prop sword. Are you talking about this thing here? Yes, although we did find it at the kidnapper's hideout. Wait, yes. Wait, yes. It's possible the culprit took it with him after using it on me. To leave no evidence behind, right? Or leave no evidence behind, right? Correct. It may be worth more thorough examination yet. Okay, what do you want to run a test on this? Probably luminol, right? The culprit was wearing a costume at the time, so fingerprint analysis is useless. Let's run a luminol test. And is it possible some of my blood may be found its way onto this? Agent Lang, may I ask your cooperation on this matter? I have no choice, Sheena. Call the lab boys. Understood. Oh, is Emma not there? Except for a dab on the left side, it appeared that the blade is spotless. So that had been left side of the sword that hit you then, right? Left side of the sword. I'll update the recreation of this new piece of info. I won't rest until I expected every suspicion to be ready. You know, the Bad Badger's pretty bad looking when you see him up close. Well, what did you expect from a character named Bad Badger? And those sunglasses he's wearing, them in a dark, makes him look extra bad. Now I'm lost. Which meaning of bad does she really mean? In the next instant, this badger will swing his left arm to complete weapon in hand. Yes, to club me with the left side of the prop sword. Shall I recreate the moment of impact? I want to see the pain expression on your face. It's just fine the way it is. Maybe not. It's just my imagination or something not quite right. The only thing up my face. It's me, I have to say I'm rather embarrassing to see myself at this. Oh, so what are you thinking about it this time? I don't recall, but I should guess I was thinking about the kidnapping. Really? Because I don't think so at all. Your face, practically screams, I'm about to get conked over the head. If I had known at the time, do you think I would have let myself be hit? Or those aren't. Or anything else? Nothing else special? Alright. I gotta do something. I don't know if it's the gun or the sword or me? Finally, I found a clear contradiction about the facts of this sword. Except for the bit on the left side, the prop sword is absolutely spotless. However, the culprit would use his left hand, and the blood would be on the opposite side. The opposite side, huh? If the culprit held the sword in his left hand, then the sword's right side would have hit. I see. But the blood was on the left side of the sword, right? Which means he used his right hand to hit you. Exactly. This prop sword has a large handguard attached at the hilt. It would be impossible to hold it with two hands while wearing a costume with such big hands. Therefore, it wouldn't be his left hand or both hands. It must have been the right. I'll change data to reflect his right hand swing. Not yet, Kay. There's no sense in changing anything yet. If you change the parameters, the right hand would be only to create a new contradiction. Changing the prop sword in the culprit's right hand will conflict with what? The gun...
Take that!
There we go. The Bad Badger is already holding a gun in his right hand, so he can't hold a sword with in addition. Hey, that's right. Then now, what if he wasn't in his left hand or his right hand? Meaning that the one struck me would have not been the Bad Badger. Are you paying attention, Lance? Irk. Mr. Deacon could have not have been the one who struck me, which only leaves our primary suspect. Fine. It was me. I hit you. It appears you lied to me yet again. But how quickly they catch up to you, Lance. Wait, isn't Lance left-handed? Ah, yes. But that's what makes the deception all the more interesting. He used his right hand to make it look like Mr. Deacon had been the one who struck me. Was it in his right hand? Ah, I can't remember the little opening there. Where you see, firing the gun is in one's non-dominant hand is difficult. But what level of dexterity isn't required to swing a prop sword? Okay, please input this new data. The one who hit me behind was Lance. Or should I say, the Proto-Badger. You got it. Here I go. Now we have a faithful recreation of the situation around the attack on me. Alright, all we have to do is examine this new recreation. And what is actually so funny, Agent Lag? And I'm using a little gadget. Sure packs a punch, right, Sheena? Yes. It is all I could do to hold my laughter in. Hey, don't make fun of the little thief, you mean old werewolf. He and Mr. Edgeworth bring out the best in each other. You finally had your little fun, but now it's my turn. I have sat quietly, but I listen. But the crude conclusions you two keep spewing don't whet this wolf's appetite. There's no guarantee that this little toy always shows the real situation at any given time. All it displays is whatever information you put in there, right? Well, when you put it that way, your suspicions are wrong. It is not your fault that I am going to let you in on this. There's a trick to the haunted house. What may that be exactly? A trick beyond your time and imaginations can produce Sheena. Here you are. Now then, what you miss, girlie, is written right here in this pamphlet. The 7 Wonders of the Haunted House, the Disappearing Badger. Gatewater is full of mystery. You can see the Spirit Hall, the 7 Wonders of the House, the Disappearing Badger. The Badger It's do or die. Out for the blue badger and arrest the bad badger. Gatewater Land, you come to watch. Ever want? Seeing is believing. What is this? I say someone around here is fond of theatrics. And you can see that there is set doll at the end of this hallway for that purpose. Basically, the blue badger you saw was just a stupid doll. That's not true. How can this be? I guess that throws the whole story about being your attacker right out the window. But that can't be right. Maybe the culprit hid the doll somewhere. And then he laid down to pretend to be it instead. If the criminal couldn't even hide himself in the hallway, how could he hide a giant doll? Do you get it now? Thanks to your presumptions? Your logic is stated off weak and led completely wrong conclusions. Yeah. Now, get off your high horse. Mr. Edgeworth. Okay, I wonder if you could please input new information for me. You don't know when to quit, do you? I can quit not until I declare I found that I've the truth. Agent Lang, for additional information, you have my thanks. There you go again. We'll see if I care. Okay, I'm updating the recreation now. That looks really weird. Look how it changes from the blue badger to the proto badger all of a sudden. If slumped over, the badger is just a doll. Where was the attacker hiding? Well, that's what we're going to find out, right? So come on, Mr. Edgeworth, let's go. Yes, let's. This recreation can't be right, which means there must be a contradiction somewhere. Is this spot somehow connected with any of the evidence I hold? Eureka! Hold on a second here. There's something wrong with this blue badger. Huh? Like what? The way the belt is on is supposed to be how it should be. Did you make a mistake? That can't be. I inputted the image exactly the way it was in the pamphlet. So then, why is the blue badger dressed up in reverse? The blue badger in the Bible photos in reverse to the regular blue badger. But why? There must be some sort of explanation. When you take a look around, it's almost like it feels like a house of mirrors. Indeed. Who never heard of this many mirrors in a haunted house? Indeed, who hasn't heard? Wait, there's sure something here because we already did this one already. Look, this one's already back too. It's certainly different from there. What does it mean? That was already done. It. So. Okay, do I have to... Hold on. This is where the Perter Badger shows up in the recreation. Yes, now the question is, where did he come from? There's no place to hide in the current model. There must be an inconsistency somewhere. It's the Perter Badger who struck me. I suppose I should really say that it was Lance. Oh, are you gonna get him back? I need not to resort to violence when the lawsuit I plan to bring to court will suffice. Really? Because I would totally have decked him right back. If someone steals from me, I steal something from them. If I get it. If I get hit, I hit back. If I get paid in return the money, that's the secret to the great thief works. Her third statement doesn't seem to be much of a benefit for her survival. Everyone's still checked off? Alright. Nothing? Alright. Must be logic time. Okay, do you remember what you said earlier? What I said earlier about what? About this building might as well have been a house of mirrors? A house of mirrors? Oh, that would explain the reversed or the mirror image. Yes, this blue badger might be nothing more than a reflect image of a real one. Then it was the blue badger you saw in just in reflection. When I looked down this hall, I thought it was perfectly straight. However, if there was a mirror, oh, it would be exactly from an L shape, right? Precisely. I was deceived that the hallway was almost pitch black. And the beam in the way was the obstruction of the view of the hallway. Wait, why build this place like that? It seems pretty pointless to me. Okay, this house is just another attraction. It would be an amusement park. They created a mirror-like wall for the very specific purpose. One I can point out to you. This is the reason why they built a mirror wall. Mirror shards?
Take that!
To have a haunted house? As written in the pamphlet, the main draw of this attraction is the mystery of the disappearing badger. You mean they built a mirror trick? A mirror trick for that alone? But you said you saw the badger, so it was definitely still there. That's true at the time, however. Doing this allows someone to make the blue badger disappear in a flash. Move the mirror wall. To remove the reflected image, simply move the mirror. The first mirror was constructed that could be moved. Then beyond the mirror, there was an empty hallway. That had to be created. Oh, that's what they wanted people to see the badger. They opened up the mirror. And then when they wanted to hide it, they just simply had to close it again. This explains why the other fragments of these design on them. Ah, if the pattern's the same as the other wall in the hallway, then the mirror is closed. It would blend in with the rest of the walls. This mirror trick in the haunted house employees. And this proves that the existence of the hiding place is for the culprit. Huh? How so? You think about it, Kay. There was a place that was outside of my field of vision. The culprit kept out of sight by hiding here.
Take that!
Take that! There's a very large blind spot that I could not see. If my assailant hid behind the other side of the movable mirror, then I wouldn't be able to see him. He didn't even need anything. He didn't need to do anything in the Blue Badger doll. Exactly. If he had to do was wait on the other side of the mirror. Wait, hold on. I just thought of something. Yes. What shouldn't the mirror wall be broken right now in reality? Since we have a few shards of it, we can probably assume that it is. Yes, it's most definitely broken. The question is, when was it broken? Since we found these inside the victim's costume, that would mean the victim was there when the mirror was broken. Wait, that sound. Leave the money.
Leave the money and go now.
That sound I heard was most definitely the sound of mirror breaking. Okay, I would like you to input some information. Ah, don't scare me like that. Sorry, but I need you to recreate something for me. Sure, whatever you need. What do you need? If first you could recreate the hallway before I entered the dining room. Okay, you got it. Now this, I believe, is how it was right before I entered the dining room. Although at the time I thought it was a single straight hallway. When I went inside, it was around then I heard a sound of a mirror shattering. You heard what? Then? Yes, I believe it was the mirror that was broken. Okay, when you stepped outside in the hallway again, the mirror wall should no longer exist. Okay, please recreate that. Okay, got it. Wait, but with the mirror gone, the culprit lost his hiding spot. So he hid in the proto-badger suit, Mr. Edgeworth. Ha, that's easy enough. With the mirror gone, he simply hid himself in the branch hallway. Something about, I think that about wraps it up. Looks like we finally solved everything. No, not yet. Even a larger contradiction now reared its head. Huh? Perhaps you didn't notice, but the recreation contradicts a very troubling inconsistency. The inconsistencies between what I saw and the recreation lies.
Take that!
Here. Huh? Are you sure we could see what you saw? Oh well, that's something. Even it must look a bit more. Ah. What? You're having a tough time with this. You must be one tricksy trick. Hey. Wait, I mean, what you just said, did you... Ugh. Stop messing with me and tell me the answer already. Thank goodness it would seem that she failed to notice my sizzle. The scene I saw before was being presented in recreation. There's something that there's in the sight that isn't in the recreation. I guess here?
Take that!
Okay, take a look at the good look at the end of the hall. Oh, there's no blue badger there. Exactly. The blue badger I saw in reality was not here. This is the final point of this long chain of logic. The last remaining contradiction. So let me get this straight. You came out of the dining room. You saw the badger, right? And that's precisely where the final contradiction lies. Something that shouldn't exist was there before me. Who or what was it supposed to was? I believe this is the real identity of our mystery badger.
Take that!
The badger I saw was, in actuality, the dead victim's body. What? Agent Lang, the entirety of my complete logic is my final decisive piece of evidence. The murder happened in the hallway of the haunted house at the time of the drop-off. And then you can consider the moment that I heard the mirror breaking to be the real time of the death of Mr. Beacon. No. Maybe it's due to their fighting. Perhaps it was a life-shattering bullet. But no matter, the cause was, the hallway was a mirror like it was broken.
Not so fast!
Huh. You were in the house at the time, right? Are you telling me that you missed the sound of a gunshot?
Objection!
There was a variety of sound effects playing at the time. All three extras, I assume. The gunshot must have blended right in. Now then, I would like to recall something for me. Who was it that was the victim at the haunted house? Who was the one who had the opportunity to rob the victim of his gun had used on him? It was you, Lance Hermano. I'm sorry. It's not like I had a choice. Oliver turned on me all of a sudden. He snapped and turned violent right after I hung up with you. He shoved me in the ground and straddled me. I fought back as hard as I could, grabbed his gun, and shot him. The bullet must have went through his body and shattered the glass mirror. If I hadn't taken his gun and shot him first, I would have been the one you found. He's a hardened criminal and he escapes from jail. See, that's a justified defense. My boy was only trying to protect himself. That remains to be seen and will have to be resolved in court. Agent Lang, I leave the rest to you. As if you were the one in charge around here. Guys, arrest these two and get them out of my sight. Wait, I had nothing to do with the murder. You do. You so do. You bought the haunted house. Trying to cover up. Fool. The only person that should be arrested is Lance. Dad. Sorry, but not slipping away that easy, Mr. Ernest Armano. You tampered with the evidence so you could cover for your son. What a great dad you are, willing to risk it all. Truly touching. Arrgh. By the way, do you know why you're really here? And how could I possibly know the answer to such an asinine question? You wound me. I came all this way across from sea just to see you, you know. You came to see me? What's that supposed to mean? I have a few things to ask you, Mr. Romano, about the case from 10 years ago. The case from 10 years ago? Oh, the name that you see. What's the name that you use for that case? Shihina. It's known as the KG8 incident. Did we do that one? The KG8 incident? Oh, you remember it. Oh good, then I recall the trigger for that case was an Amano group scandal. Specifically in charge of an international smuggling ring. Smuggling. There's that word again. At the time the person was arrested was the ringleader. It was Mr. Armano's very own secretary, Mr. Colin Devereux. Ah, father? Even though you pushed from the crime into your then secretary, Mr. Devereux, I was always suspected that you were involved with this smuggling ring, Mr. Armano. Mr. Devereux was arrested in place of you, which is why he broke out and hid you from the police. And you hid him from the police, right? You hid him in exchange for silence for your little dirty secret. Oh, no. Oh, please calm down. Honestly, I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, pretend to be ignorant all you want. We're taking you down to the precinct. Anyway, nice long chat. What the? Who in the heck was that? When did this case take place? I'll take him down to the precinct if you don't mind. And who the heck are you? I'm Jacqueline Sportsman. I'm the prosecutor in charge of this case. Oh, Jacqueline, thank goodness you're here. Don't jerk me around. This is an Interpol case, so keep your paws off my suspect. Sorry, but I can't apply. I've got the backing of the prosecutor's office. See, in this country, we prosecutors work in the police to bring cases to court. So would you please cooperate with me here? That'd be great. Now, how about a handshake to seal the deal? Sorry, but I hate prosecutors. The whole lot of you. Guys, arrest these two suspects. Sir. Oh, and I almost forgot. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, is it? I'd like to thank you. Thank me? Yeah, for working so hard to fulfill my goal. Hey, is that any way to thank someone? And what the heck is that supposed to mean? You were so relentless with Lance that you forced Ernest to tamper with evidence. Thanks to that, I finally had a legitimate reason to arrest him. So how does it feel to bite the hand that feeds you? The hand that feeds me? I'm not sure I follow. There's no use pretending with me. You're the one, right? You're the corrupt prosecutor that's working for Mr. Romano and smuggling her, right? No, I would never do such a thing. What the heck? Our intel's never wrong. You're the prosecutor's office. There's definitely someone working with the ring. Ah, so Agent Lang is suspecting my relation to Mr. Romano. That must be the reason behind his activities. On top of that, my mentor was Manfred von Karma. On top of that, your mentor was Manfred von Karma, right? There's a non-stop rumors flying around about his forged evidence with that guy. You're not twisting the truth behind closed courtroom doors, are you? The courtroom? Is this a place where truth is revealed? Well, don't you worry. It's not you, only you. The whole lot of you can't be trusted. A prosecutor never lost in 40 years. Every defendant must be found guilty. Fueled by that kind of thinking, it's wonder that the courts produce nothing but falsities and lies. It would seem that his disdain extends beyond just me. Prosecutors and courts. Why is this man so angry with all of us? Rest assured, next time we meet, I won't be so forgiving. So don't you go forget it. Please wait. Agent Sheena. Why does Agent Lang hate all prosecutors so? Lang is the head of a long-honored house of Lang in Zhangfa. The heads of all police-related divisions in the country were the Lang blood. What do you mean by that? Aren't they still? They were revered, but long ago they don't hold any sort of sway anymore. And it was all because of the courts. How can it be? A prosecutor was once withheld and tampered with the evidence. One of Lang detectives found. That evidence was tarnished, and the cost of the Lang families and his honor and trust. But not all prosecutors are like that. It only takes one to mess it up for everyone. That's how the world works. Even so, Lang will never respect the court again. Or any prosecutor. So Agent Lang is the man who hates all courts and is unwilling to forgive prosecutors. Man, what a piece of work that guy is. Come on, Jim, we better catch up. Yeah. We still got a lot to deliver that thing to the old man after all. So this takes place before the first case. Because I don't know if you guys seen it or not. Buddy Faith was killed. Detective Gumshoe, I believe it's time we've wrapped up and headed out ourselves. Yeah, are you going home, Mr. Edgeworth? No, I've done nothing but been tangled in one mess after another since my return. If it's alright with you, can you drop me off at my office? No problem, sir. Excuse me. Yes. What is it? Thank you very much. Oh, that's okay. No need to thank me, pal. Just doing my job as a detective. I guess I was fooled pretty badly by Lance. Oh, cruel fate. What's a woman to do when she's been hurt by the one she loves? And to think I'd never realized my father was right there. I never said anything to him. I knew it. I'm a failure. Ah, there she goes again, talking to herself. Miss Pulps. I wonder if you ever knew your father participated in the kidnapping. No, I had no idea. Your father died while he was trying to stop Lance. Which means from the beginning that he had no interest in the staged self-abduction. Wait then, why did he? I believe it was because of your presence, Miss Pulps. Me? Lance realized that the two of you were related, which is why he used you as a hostage to coerce Mr. Deveray into cooperating. Father, as a felon, he could not tell you his relation to you. However, as a Mono family butler, at the very least, he was able to watch over you. It was all he could do, but it was the shape of his overflowing love for you. Go on, speak your mind. That's... Thank you very much. You're welcome, although there is no need to thank me. No, Lauren, stop. I mean, this man's so much older than you. Don't go there. Looks like you're completely stolen her away, Mr. Edgeworth. Way to go, sure. Your technique is way beyond the level of a great thief. What are you going on about now? Your deducing skills may be sound, but you have no street smarts. That's Mr. Edgeworth for you. Yeah, I mean, he still hasn't figured out who I am at all. If you haven't remembered all this time, I guess I'm going to have to say it. This isn't the first time we met, you know. What do you mean, pal? Mr. Edgeworth, how do you know this girl? Looks like you totally forgot me too, Gummy. Gummy? Here, maybe this will jog your memories. I promised I'd return to you one day, remember? That single piece of cloth took me back far away into my past. That fateful day 7 years ago when I first met this then child Kay and Detective Gumshoe. The end. The kidnap turnabout. Save your progress. Yeah. All right, that's the next one, and then we have a fifth one. Okay. Cool. Oh, okay, it does change the thing. That's awesome. Last one, it was a plane. Alrighty, guys, thank you all for watching. We'll do episode 4 on Monday. I hope to see you guys there. And I will see you then, guys. Peace.